Hello everyone and welcome to the VA Awards. We will start momentarily, just putting some last touches and then we will go. Do you like the music? Hi exciting, welcome from YouTube. To Trigger, who asked about the name of the song, it's called Cats Walking by an artist called Yomoti. Starting soon, boys and girls.
Hey, can you hear me? Is sound happening? Because I can't hear it. Are you speaking? Okay.
Start now, guys. Callum, give me your video feed. Let's see Callum here.
Yeah, cool, man. Hold on. Hey.
Hey. We just need to make your video a bit. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it.
Oh,
Yeah. And yeah, the technical problem, guys. First of all, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome. So for the very first time, and it always comes with technical problems with these first times, is that we are both live on screen. Both me and Callum are here, and I tried to do this like a full screen, the VA Awards thing, while Callum is in the picture. But for some reason, see, it's no longer there. Like we can't see Callum's feed once I do the VA Awards as a full screen one. And I'm sure you want Callum. You want to see Callum more, or like more than this thing. So we will do it like this.
You want to see me?
Yeah. So we'll do it like this. Yeah. And beautiful logo, by the way. It was designed by Karan. Karan Designs. He's a designer for India. He has this Instagram profile. He contacted me actually, and we talked about it, and he came up with this beautiful design. And sorry, I'm opening it in the like Windows editor, photo editor, because as you have seen, we can't do it like in a proper full screen manner, because God knows why. Yeah, we can't do both Callum's video feed and the full screen picture at once. I will figure it out eventually in the later streams, in the subsequent streams, but we'll have to make do with this now. Yeah.
We'll make it work. It's fine.
Yeah. So let's have a look at the chat column. We are like I was pretty busy with this technical problem. So we have we are, by the way, we are live streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so you can join us wherever you want, on Twitch and on YouTube, and I can see both your chat messages on both platforms at the same time. So we have Demon Strike, who we all know from our Discord. Hello, Demon. And we have Trigger. Hello, Trigger. And Felix, also from our team, is joining us. And he is loving, or he was loving, the electro swing with the music. So thank you, Felix, for that.
To find out what the song was.
Yeah, we had a song request, exactly. Eggs, I think, is also with us here. And he is, the first to comment on our YouTube chat. What do we have also? Awesome is joining us also. Awesome, who is one of our candidates or nominees for the V of the Year Awards. Because of his like very interesting story column of being a gamer and a passionate gamer at it, despite all the difficulties and that are totally out of his hands, and it's rendering the gaming market in his native country, the country that he's living in right now, to be something pretty difficult with all the sanctions and all the economical problems. So he can't even get the games in their physical form, let's say only digital, and he can't access many of these digital stores without like a VPN or something. So it's like a real struggle. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of guys on like the PlayStation trophy hunting places. They're always struggling to find games to platinum because they can only get so many. They're limited to how many they can actually download. So I get it, but I can't relate to it. But
Yeah.
It's really, really good that you've joined up with us and you're following the stream. So good job.
Hello, Awesome. Yeah, like a warm welcome. And I can actually relate to Awesome, because I have been there. I've been in that situation like several or many years ago, but I know that feeling of being a gamer, but not in the best situation to be a gamer. So Trigger is saying, let's go. Was that Callum? Yeah, Callum is now live, Trigger. He talked a bit just for testing, and now he's all yours. And yeah. So
Well,
yeah, and we have
get
yeah.
to the awards. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. So, basically, we're going to be running through the awards for you guys, and we're also going to be doing the staff picks between all the writers, myself, and Ali as well. We'll be giving you our picks, giving you yours. We'll go through the the V pick first, and then we're going to go through the staff at the end, and we'll maybe do a couple of fun ones depending on how much time we have. We're thinking going to be in and around 2 hours, so we won't keep you too long. You'll still get to have your festivities at the end of the evening, and you'll get to watch the ball drop and all that stuff, so don't worry about that.
Exactly. So, like, we will start straight away, and we'll go from the same category order that was in the Discord. I will actually show you the Discord here, so we can go like straight to it and like talk about each category here.
Yeah, just whilst Ali gets that up, I'm going to be playing a game with myself just to entertain myself. So I had my picks for Game of the Year. I sent them over to Ali for the staff picks, and every time I get one wrong, I'm going to take a very hearty drink. So, and I picked some real individual ones that no one else will have. So, should be fun.
Well, Callum, I think you will be like pretty drunk by the end of it.
You never know. We'll see.
We'll see. And okay, to do this, we can like chat. Also, you can give us your idea about it. We can do it like audience choice first with Callum, and then I will give you our team choice. Or we can do it the other way. We can start with our choice, like the team choice, and then Callum will say the audience choice.
Go and V then team, and doing it for every category is probably better. So we'll do it that way.
Because we can go straight from mobile until the Xbox game of the year for the Xbox platform. I have them all here ready, so we can go straight one by one. So what do you say, chat? I want to hear from the chat here.
This is mobile game of the year.
Yeah, chat. Where are you at? So let's check
wait for some answers to roll in. Mine personally was Genshin Impact, which was not the one that came up on the Discord. So hearty drink for me.
Yeah, and it was actually here's the first drink from Callum. Okay, let's start with the mobile game of the year. So actually, what Callum chose as his mobile game of the year was wasn't at all chosen by any single one of our team as well. So Genshin got just like a single vote. That was Callum in our team. And checking now, it got actually 3 votes here. So this is Callum again, because Callum, we are all your audience as well. We are the same as you. We are part of the community. So Callum voted for it. Judy Alvarez voted as well for it. And we had Simple Paul is always like a bit nosy, and he it votes and everything, this vote. So yeah, we have got like Judy and Callum with the vote that went for Genshin. But as you can see here, like the winner for the best mobile game of the year for the audience vote was Code Mobile. And we can all attest to that or understand why this choice. Code Mobile is going from strength to strength. It has been doing the numbers. It's the most popular mobile game for 2020, with the most downloads, with the most revenue, with the people are playing the game heavily. It's the most popular mobile game. And
as opposed to the likes of Among Us, where it got second, I believe, with 4 votes. It's great, but it's a fad, and it's going to die out. I think COD Mobile is going to stay on for the next few years until they come out with maybe an update or something along those lines. But at the moment, it's great. I done an extensive review on it whenever it first came out. I think it was 1 or 2 years ago, and it was good then, and they've only made it much better since. Controls are much more refined. There's so many more modes and stuff, and they're updating it basically every week with something new. So it ticks all the boxes, really.
Exactly. Yeah. So I totally agree with what Callum is saying here because like Among Us is actually an older game. It's like a game from 2018, and it's a game that was pushed heavily by the streamer influencer community, and they made it popular that way. It is not like something for 2020. It's not a game for 2020. It was made 2 years ago. So can it be a fad? Yeah, I think so. Because once the streamers and the influencers move on to the next thing, to next interesting thing, I don't think it will keep this popularity going. And it was actually our team choice. So Among Us was the VA team mobile game of the year, and it's also understandable because of the popularity, of the interesting premise of that game, of the interesting idea that was like never done before actually. And actually, I will give my like kudos and thanks to the streamer community for highlighting such a game, because without that, like too many people wouldn't have heard about something called Among Us. So the
Yeah, it's a
team,
game that
yeah,
it's a game that was supposed to have died. It was 20. It happened in 2018. There was no real chat about it. I think it had like something around like 300 concurrent users up until the point where it blew up, and then suddenly just everyone's on it. It's because it's so accessible, but it just got kind of left in the dust when it first came out, and it's good that people have picked it up. But at the same time, it just depends on how they follow it up, and if they keep updating it. There was that chat of, I think we done an article on it where they were supposed to do Among Us 2 and they dropped out to kind of update the first one and chase the money, which is a smart thing to do.
yeah,
Yeah, it just depends on how they follow it up.
yeah, exactly. Like so, they canceled the whole idea about a sequel and just decided to capitalize on the popularity of the one we currently have. Yeah, Eggs I think is saying that yeah, his game was mobile game of the year was called Mobile. Yeah, and that's actually the audience choice, deservedly. I went with a game called War Robots, and this game is a game all the way back from 2014, but it made some huge strides in 2020. They actually like made a whole remaster of the game, and this game fills a void for me. Like I have this void with the Mech Warrior. You remember Mech Warrior series from Square Enix? The Mech Warrior
there's
games.
a lot of games like it's kind of like the Gundam series and all those ones that
Yeah,
were really, really popular in PS2, Armored Core and all that.
exactly. Armored Core as well,
Yeah.
where you get to play as these giant robots fighting each other. And it's something that was really huge back in the day, in the early 2000s or so, because I'm that old. And and then it went away all of a sudden. Maybe like the last game we got is the one that Alex is so passionate about. What was it called? BattleTech, I think. BattleTech on PC, which is a cool game actually. But like since the early 2000s, since the Armored Core and the Mech Warrior series, we haven't seen a proper revival of this genre. So unfortunately, I had to resort to my iPad for that mech fighting fix. And War Robots fills that fix for me. Like, it's really good. It's a really good game. Very well designed robots. Obviously, the problem with it is the microtransactions. And basically, it's like not only free to play with microtransactions, it's almost pay to win as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the gameplay is great, multiplayer is great, and like the robot designs is wonderful. So I encourage you all to like at least try it for yourself to see if it's like for you or not. And it got a single vote just for me because I think because this is like an old game, really. It's like a 6-year-old game.
It's definitely a niche one.
Yeah, it's definitely a niche one. So moving on to the best VR game, which was something that's blatantly clear who will win it, and it got like a landslide voting, both by our audience and our V's, and by us actually also at the team, which was Half-Life Alex. So
Yeah,
Half-Life Alex, yeah,
I don't think there was really any other choice. Really, there was the likes of Microsoft Flight Simulator that hasn't got VR at the moment, which could have kind of tipped the scales a bit more. I think Dreams possibly had VR as well, but
yeah,
aside from that, there was nothing that was going to beat that because it. Like I don't have a VR system, I don't play VR at all, but just from the outside looking in,
mm,
Half-Life Alex is leaps and bounds ahead of anything that's available on a VR system. It's kind of that flagship thing that's selling the systems right now above all else. So there's not really another choice.
yeah. I totally agree with like Half-Life Alex is like a major milestone. I played the game myself. I didn't complete it as with many games in my backlog, and this game is like has been added to that backlog like since March, and I played maybe 10 hours of it. But oh my god, what a game! Like like from the very first hour, Callum, you know that this game is something else. It's something properly unique, and it's truly innovative. It has like elevated VR as a platform to the next level, literally. And I played
Well,
it.
I would
Yeah,
expect that from a Half-Life game because whenever you played Half-Life and Half-Life 2, right from the very start, you knew they were going to be groundbreaking as soon as you jumped in. You
mm,
had the first Half-Life where you're just a scientist late to work, but in that small period of time, it establishes so much of the story. It kind of
exactly.
sets a bar and then throws you over the top of all the chaos that ensues. In Half-Life 2, you've got uh, that scene where you're coming off and the guard tells you to pick up the rubbish, and from there it's just such a mundane thing, but you just kind of it spirals into this crazy story. And like Half-Life Alex is only going to be just as good, if not better, because it's got the hardware to make it much more well realistic and high tech, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah. It's definitely both like extremely high tech, and it shows like the huge budget that was allocated for it, and it has like the whole vibe about Half-Life games. You feel it from the very start that this is a Half-Life game, a proper Half-Life game. It reminds me even more of the like the second one, the Half-Life 2. Like the even the train sequence and all these things is done in a different way, as the starting sequence is done in a different way so not to spoil anything, but you feel these vibes. You feel those vibes that you felt all the way back in 2004 or something, in a different way, in a 2020 way. Yeah. So truly remarkable game, unbelievably worthy of this award. So and deservedly so.
Was there
Yeah.
was there any other choices? I know there wasn't from the V. Was
Yeah.
there any picks that wasn't Half-Life?
We had Dreams from one of
Oh,
our staff. Yeah, we had a vote for Dreams, but basically that was it. Just single vote for Dreams, and everyone else Half Life. Yeah,
fair. No, that's pretty fair. I like Dreams. It's not as good as Half-Life, but I liked it.
yeah. I think also like Dream VR is a cool idea, but I prefer to play Dreams in the normal way.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the limitations of the PSVR as well. Like the PlayStation
Yeah,
VR
and
is not that great right now.
I remember mucking about with Dreams initially, and it's kind of hard to get your head around
Mm,
the system where you build things, and kind of it's just hard to get your head around for the first
yeah.
hour or so. I can only imagine it's even more difficult to manage in VR, but it'd still be a fantastic experience all the same. But I'll not dwell on that. Will we move on?
Yeah, moving on. And okay, to check the chat quickly. So X, I think, is saying that Game of the Year shouldn't it be made in this year. So you actually have to make some, like we can say, exceptions because, like Among Us, you can not talk about Among Us, even if it's like technically a 2018 game. The game like was underground basically for these past 2 years, and the game was literally discovered this year. Same went for choices like War Robots. Like War Robots, as one of the options for mobile game of the year, was because the game was remastered or remade from the ground up for this year. So you can't basically ignore that for the choices. So
I
that's
think
why.
it's one of those where you're not really going to have a story like that ever again. It's getting put in there on merit, because it didn't get put in on merit in 2018, and it's just as good as it
Hmm.
was then. So it's getting its chance, and it's getting the spotlight it deserves. I mean, if if there's games that we're putting in from years and years ago, that would cause an issue because I'm only discovering games from 2015 right now. I mean, I just played Celeste the other day. It's great, but I can't put that
Which
in.
game? Which game?
Celeste.
Celeste. Yeah, Celeste. Yeah, it's a game like I have already like read so much about it. Basically, hours upon hours about the game without even trying it. I don't know why. I just like hearing opinions about it, which are all positive, by the way. Like I didn't hear a single article about Celeste where the writer said why do you like this game or I hate this game. It's all positive about it. Like everyone who has tried the game, which may be just me in this earth right now, except me, has loved it. Has truly loved it.
Well, that's how I felt until a couple of days ago, so don't feel too bad about it.
Yeah, maybe I will join. Yeah, maybe I will join soon. So Fauzan is joining from YouTube, saying that Fauzan is also our in our nominations for the V of the year, and his choice was Code Mobile. Yeah, obviously, Code Mobile is really deserving of the award of VA Mobile Game of the Year. So moving on to best action. Yeah,
Action. Is it
action
best
exactly. Exactly.
Let's go.
Best action adventure. So we did it in like we didn't separate action and adventure because it's very seamless now. Like they are very integrated as a category now. Basically, before you had like a real action game and an adventure game, like maybe 20 years ago when we had games like Secret of the Monkey Island or something, which was a game that was all adventure, like a really adventure game. But right now, like you can see, like even with action adventure as a genre or something, it's even difficult to just specify games for that because games these days can be many things. They can be an RPG, action adventure, and multiplayer at the same time, and they can be even many more genres. I think Callum agrees with that.
Yeah, well, action adventure, it just kind of marries together very well. The one you mentioned is a point and click adventure, and you don't really get those very much anymore. They're
Yeah.
the last one I can think of is Grim Fandango, and there probably has been more since then, but I can't think of them.
Yeah, I think like click adventure, point and click adventure games are like almost dead now. Yeah, almost dead. Also shows my age. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to the choice. So the choice was actually something that I also expected, the audience choice. Callum, can you like talk about the audience choice here for the best action adventure game? Yeah.
The audience choice, we had in second place a joint runner-up, so it was Spider-Man and Ghost of Tsushima. They came in second joint, and then the top pick was The Last of Us 2. That would have been my choice as well, so no drink for me, thankfully.
It's a long list, Callum. So yeah, I won't bet on you not drinking. I think like it will get pretty interesting at the end. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'll catch up with me. Don't worry. But yeah, in terms of The Last of Us 2, I completely agree with that. In terms of action adventure, there's nothing that really competes with it. I've not played Ghost of Tsushima. I have played Spider-Man, obviously. And it was a very good action adventure game. It kind of typifies what that kind of genre is. But in terms of like minute for minute action, you can't really dispute that The Last of Us 2 gave you absolutely everything. There was never a dull moment. There was issues with pacing with the story, but in terms of the gameplay, there was never really a pacing issue in my opinion, and I think it just flowed constantly. Story was the only thing that really let itself down as opposed to The Last of Us 1. I think that was the only weakness.
Yeah, it was controversial. Yeah. Like the first the part 1 now of The Last of Us, all the way back in 2013 maybe it was, like had almost the perfect story, the story that you wish for in every game, really.
This is why HBO is picking it up as a series, and this is just my personal opinion. This is what I think is going to happen. It's kind of the same way the Game of Thrones, whenever they ran out of books to go with, they started making their own thing up. I think The Last of Us will do a full series or 2 series or 3 series on the initial game. And then once they run out of that, I don't think they will pick up the second game story. I think they'll go off and do their own thing.
Too controversial, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, too controversial. Do you think there will be a Last of Us Part 3?
I think that they will definitely do that. Like, it would be stupid if they didn't. Especially like if you played the whole way through and you get to the end, and this isn't a spoiler or anything, but there is a group of I don't want to spoil anything, but there is a group at the end of the game, and
that there will be something continuing. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of get an insight into what they are, but you don't find out enough to kind of finish the game, and it's kind of something that passes you by. Like, who were they? And that's where I think they're going to touch on in the next one. But we'll just wait and see, I suppose.
And what do you think, guys, in the chat? Do you think there will be, or you will be excited about the prospect of playing Last of Us Part 3 in the on the PlayStation 5? Are you excited about such thing, or you are like done with the series after the horrible things that Naughty Dog did in Part 2? So yeah, sound off in the chat. Let us know. So because this is like a really big deal, like the direction that they will go, if they will go with it for The Last of Us Part 3, if it's ever will be a reality. So yeah, actually, yeah, the team choice was also The Last of Us Part 2 as the best action adventure game of the year, and it won by a landslide. Actually, maybe got only one vote for I think it was AC Valhalla, got just one vote, and we had another team vote for Half-Life Alyx as the best action adventure game. But for the others, all of us, almost all of us voted for The Last of Us. Yeah.
No, I can see where they're coming from with AC Valhalla. I mean, we covered it for a review because we're big in with Ubisoft, thankfully enough.
Begging, fighting, yeah.
Yeah, well, we have to bully them a little bit, but we get what we need. But essentially, we done AC Valhalla, and it's a great game. It's buggy.
Yeah.
It's kind of rough around the edges, but in terms of the story, it is very, very good. So I get where they're coming from there.
Yeah, like I totally agree. I think like AC Valhalla should be nominated in multiple categories, but it shouldn't win any one of them. It's good.
I think that's
it's good. It's a good game. It has many good, strong stuff in it, but it's not a winner. No, it's not like a winner. It can't beat all those other stuff here, because we are having some pretty strong stuff.
Speaking of, move on to the next one.
Exactly. So, best RPG game. Callum, talk us through the choices of the audience.
Yeah, so in terms of the audience, by a pretty strong number, Cyberpunk 2077 wins the vote. We decided to include it much differently to the kind of other Game Award shows, simply because we feel like if it was this year, even if it is December and it was delayed, we're including it. And you guys seem to have responded, so it's won by quite a distance. And it was mine as well, so I have to back it.
Yeah, like almost double the votes that went to Final Fantasy, and I see also Demon's Souls. Yeah, Demon's Souls. So Cyberpunk, the game with maybe like one of the most controversial games ever made in the history of gaming since the very first start.
Class action lawsuit pending.
This is like the latest news, because we basically relied on just Cyberpunk 2077 just for coverage of December. It basically did the whole coverage for December for us. We didn't need to like talk about any other game. We can basically just talk about it, and December was covered in both editorials and maybe videos as well. And it keeps on going. It keeps on giving. So the last thing was this class action lawsuit against the whole thing, against the game, against CD Projekt Red, class action lawsuit is talking about the misbehavior from and the misadvertising and the false advertising that was throughout the whole campaign, advertising campaign of the game, and that it said that basically CD Projekt Red lied to everyone, including their own shareholders and investors. So it's a pretty big stuff that's going to drag on for the next year, for the new year, and yeah.
But hey, let's talk about the good stuff, because this is the good category. We're praising it. We're not putting it down.
Yeah.
So in terms of how it's a good RPG, in my opinion, there's very few games that actually come out and they are a conventional RPG anymore. They're an action-adventure RPG with various other elements. This one is very much RPG central. It kind of bases itself off the board game by Mike Pondersmith, and there's all those aspects in it, and they are a bit muddled and bumps and glitches, but you can see them all there, and it kind of reminded me of the likes of Fallout New Vegas. Kind of reminded me of the Outer Worlds. It's exactly what I wanted the Outer Worlds to be, and it turned out to be a pretty bland game, in my opinion, which is really sad, because I love Obsidian. I love everything they do, and it was just a bit tame. But this one, really, really good, provided you're not playing on last gen.
Yeah, please don't do that. Yeah, it's a complete torture, and Sony is actually preventing you from doing this, and they have every right to do so. Please don't do this, because it will ruin everything for you. If you can try it on a good spec PC, that's the way to go for now. And I don't think it will ever get fixed for the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One. No, it's a next-gen game.
Say, it's fine on PlayStation 5. I've been playing it myself.
Yeah.
It does crash quite a lot, but in terms of the actual gameplay, not really any issue. It does it gets a bit overwhelmed and it conks out. You have to start it up again, but I don't really mind that, because you can jump back in so quickly on the PS5 with the loading times. I don't really mind.
Yeah, definitely. What Callum is saying here is totally 100% the reality now. It's a next-gen game. It's basically a next-gen game. It requires a beefy PC or a next-gen console. That's the only way to play this game. And yeah, it's very ambitious and it has extreme potential. But the execution had its flaws. Yeah. So the choice for the from the VA team, actually, for the best RPG, we had a tie. And CP is not in it. Like Cyberpunk wasn't even, it got a single vote. But the rest of the team, yeah. Here, I didn't even look at the names, so to be completely anonymous. And by the way, we had also from the team, we had members of the team that didn't vote for a specific category or so, because they hadn't tried or played all the games in that category and then the nominations. But we had a pretty interesting tie between Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is my best RPG game of the year. I played the game extensively. I completed the game. I finished the game, as I do with every single mainstream or mainline Final Fantasy game. I have done that since. And it's an astonishingly good game for me as a Final Fantasy fan. I truly loved it. I played it, I live streamed it, and I played it offline as well, not as a live stream, not as a YouTube video. I enjoyed every part of it, really. So it got tied with Demon's Souls for our team choice. Yeah.
I mean, in terms of the two that came up top trumps there, I think Final Fantasy has to pip it out of the two for me. I think Demon's Souls is a good recreation of what it was before, but Final Fantasy takes a game from 20 years back and it drags it right into this gen, and it's really good, to be fair. I played Final Fantasy VII because I was young enough to be in that kind of space where it was still kind of new whenever I was getting into games, and I played it, and it wasn't like one of the top things, like one of the top games that I was interested in. I've kind of came back to it at an older age, and I've came to respect it. And I mean,
how old were you, Callum, back then, when you played Final Fantasy VII for the very first time?
The very first time I would have been, I'm just trying to think, PS2 was definitely out.
So a bit late.
Yeah, because I was born in 1996. I know
Yeah,
I
yeah.
look like I'm in my mid-30s, but I'm actually only 24.
Can you like believe that, guys? Like, can you believe that Callum is only 24? Is that even possible? Like, is that even remotely possible? I can't believe it until now, until this very moment. I think
Yeah,
like it must be the beard, but even with the beard, like, oh my god, how can Callum be 24?
yeah,
That's
I've
the big
aged like
dilemma.
milk.
It's one of the mysteries of 2020, really.
But yeah, I think I would have played it when I was like 2003, 2004. That's whenever I was first kind of getting into games quite heavily. I think I was like just 8 years old. So a lot of it was lost
Mm.
on me because you're still like a young kid, but at the same time, you're still getting the spectacle of it. It was still kind of in the same, like with the CGI and all that stuff.
Yeah, it was big stuff back then.
It's
Yeah.
still kind of. It's still held up a bit. It doesn't at all now. You have to kind of
Mm.
respect it from a retro standpoint.
Yeah, it was a revelation. It was the CGI back then was a revelation in gaming. It was something that was never done before. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on then.
Yeah, just checking with the chat. So Fauzan is still lamenting the fact that he didn't get PS5. As yours truly here. Yeah, I am with you. I feel you, brother. I feel you.
I have to work very hard for mine if it helps.
Yeah, Karim had to basically fight his way on launch day in order to get a single PlayStation 5, and he got it even like 2 or 3 weeks afterwards. It was even it even came like later. Yeah.
And I had to exploit a glitch on one of the UK retailers. So if you bought a controller in a bundle with the PlayStation, it pushed you to the top of the queue, and you were able to get your order checked out. And I had to take it on finance as well. Like it was the whole roll, but I got it. So
yeah, I remember that, and we talked about it as well. Like Callum had to basically buy a bundle with another controller, as I remember. It was a controller, another DualSense controller, additional one, just to get ahead in the queue. That was the only way to actually get the console. So it was like pretty crazy.
I was following a live stream for about 5 hours, and it came up that same minute. Oh, if you do this, you can get one. And I was like,
oh my god!
On that.
and yeah, just to let the audience know, Callum, what was the name of the retailer?
It was VeryAli.
Without the Ali, yeah, it's only very. But maybe like someday it will be called VeryAli or something. Yeah. Yeah. So Felix from our team is saying, I very much expect there will be a Last of Us Part 3. Mm-hmm. But for me to get excited about it, they will really have to revolutionize the gameplay. Yeah. I think like the gameplay has totally reached its like limits. Like they had to revamp it all over again. It was an evolution from the first one. It was like tweaking stuff and improving stuff, but it didn't innovate that much. I totally agree with that. Fauzan is saying happy. Yeah, Callum.
You say that, but then Uncharted got 4 games out of basically the same thing.
The same gameplay. Yeah. Like what carried Uncharted for me, especially the third one, the fourth one, because the second one was the peak, was the epitome, was the highest thing you can get from Uncharted in everything, even the gameplay. The gameplay was a huge improvement from the first one. But the third one, the fourth one, like basically, as you are saying, they got the very same gameplay as the second one. Exactly the same, copy and paste. But the story and the action sequences got them through, like carried them and made them excellent games.
It would definitely benefit from new gameplay, but it's hard to do that and not lose your audience. It's a gamble.
And we are having Fauzan is also saying happy December. What? Happy December 32. Okay, so he is saying happy December 32nd. Fauzan, he is not willing to let this year get the F out yet.
No,
So I will have to adjust my yeah, it's now connected. So hopefully I can hear you now, because I had a problem with my
Are you good
headset
again?
here. Yeah. I can hear you now back.
Awesome.
Okay. So
Okay,
yeah, we were saying that Fawzan is still enjoying his 2020 for God knows why. Maybe he's the only one on earth who's like enjoying that. So
no,
no,
I'm
Fawzan.
making the
Yeah,
executive decision. We're not doing
we are
2020
counting
anymore.
them the seconds, right, Callum?
100%.
So
Okay,
yeah,
let's do the next one. So
yeah. So
we
Callum,
have
all yours for the best fighting
we'll
game.
run through this. We'll run through this one really quickly because fighting games,
Yeah,
in my opinion,
pretty weak here. Yeah.
yeah, button bashers. But Mortal Kombat, out of all of them, definitely the best formed game out of all of them. It's got the most kind of additions, add-ons. It's being updated constantly. It's the best gaming experience in terms of fighting at the moment. I'm sure there's going to be. There was one that I thought that we could potentially have put in there, and it was Smash Ultimate, but
Yeah, but it's like a last year game. Yeah, it's like
exactly,
last
it
year
was
game,
updated
and
an
it got
awful lot.
yeah.
It's a constant one that keeps getting updated. So we thought we could have put it in, and if it was there, I probably would have voted for it. But Mortal Kombat's just the
Yeah,
my
for
vote.
Smash, yeah, it's an easy pick. Yeah, I can agree with that. And we didn't include Smash because Smash had only DLCs, just those character updates or so, nothing major. We included the games that were like basically discovered this year, like Among Us, or that were totally remade from the ground up, like War Robots or something. But Smash only got the usual DLC treatment, and that was it.
And they didn't
Yeah.
even include Dora in their DLC, so we're still very unhappy about that.
Yeah, and the other problem is that it has been a pretty, let's say it honestly, shitty year for fighting games. Basically,
Yeah.
zero innovation, nothing worth noting. Maybe only Streets of Rage for me, which
Yeah,
actually
Streets of
was
Rage
my
did come
vote.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Street of
that's
Rage
a
4.
fair vote.
Yeah. Mm.
At least that came back and tried to do something and reinvent what it had before. I like Streets of Rage. Streets of Rage 2 was a game that I found, I think, quite young as well. And alongside, do you remember the old retro Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fighting game of the same kind of
Oh,
format?
my favorite fighting game of all time, basically.
Yeah,
I still remember vividly playing it with my cousins on the Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, I still remember very vividly, like the whole. Maybe there were 4 or 5 chapters, and I think we played it like for maybe 20 times. We completed and recompleted the game for maybe 20 times. Yeah, it was that good.
they try to make games like that now with the kind of beat all your enemies in waves and then move to the next stage. It's just not the same because it's a sign of the times. Like you can't do that again.
Yeah, it's like a pretty old idea for now with all these 3D fighting games and everything else. So yeah, pretty bad year for fighting games. Nothing truly good. Maybe for me, just Street of Rage, and actually, Mortal Kombat got our vote also as the VA team fighting game of the year. Yeah,
Hardly surprising.
yeah, exactly. It's the only pick. Yeah, what should you pick? Yeah, so best simulation strategy game, Callum.
Yep. So we have Microsoft Flight Simulator again. Not a very surprising one. Our runner-up was Civ New Frontier, which I've never played. I've played Civ games before, but I've never played New Frontier, so I don't know the difference. But Microsoft Flight Simulator is probably leaps and bounds ahead of it. It's just
Have you played the Civ 6, the base game, the Civilization 6 base game?
I've definitely played 5. I can't remember if I've played 6. I think I have. But it's not something that I'm particularly interested in. I've played it before just to see if I was, and it's okay. I don't hate it. I don't love it. So.
Yeah, like Civilization 6, by the way, you can even try it on your iPad now. It's even on mobile. So if you don't have like, because it requires some good specs on your PC as well to run it at 60 FPS and something. But it runs very smoothly on iPad. I tried it personally on iPad, and it plays almost the exact same as the PC version. So, and I think you can try like a whole scenario or play a trial of it. So definitely try it. Like to all of you in the chat, our audience, if you have the slightest interest in Civilization 6 as a game or Civilization as a series, and you have an interest in strategy games, even a slight interest, then definitely try it. It actually got our vote, our VA team vote for the best strategy game, Civilization 6 New Frontier. And along with we had a single vote for the Flight Simulator game, Microsoft Flight Simulator. We had another vote that got Crusader Kings. Yeah, Crusader Kings got a single vote as well. But Civ 6 New Frontier won it as the team choice. Yeah, which I completely understand. I am a huge Civilization fan. I have played I've been there since the second one, basically. Played all of them since the second one until the last one. I loved Civilization 5, maybe is my favorite of all time. But 6 is pretty darn good. It's really good. It's really a step forward from 5 as well. But 5 was a revelation at the time. Yeah.
I can definitely respect that. Like Civ is it's as far as I'm concerned, the best simulation game that's been around for the longest time. The only reason that I took Flight Simulator this year is because it's just something completely different. So
yeah, it's completely different. Yeah, and it's a simulation game basically. We have got also a very interesting comment from Codename Beans saying, and I think she should be a female maybe, saying that Callum Marshall is a sexy boy. Callum, do you want to comment on that?
I agree.
So yeah, with that sorted, moving on. Fauzan is still Fauzan is saying that 2021 is just like a hoax, and it's only 2020 part 2, just like The Last of Us or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd agree with that 100%. Conspiracy theory confirmed.
So you are not like that optimistic about this new year.
We'll just move on. We'll
move on
to
we hope all of this. What can we say? Like confusion, problems, many difficulties that many people have faced in this passing year will be sorted out for the new year. We hope so. We really hope so. It's a difficult time, definitely, but we hope it gets sorted out pretty quickly. So yeah, moving on to best sports racing game. Callum.
Yeah, so in terms of what came second, we had F1 2020. And then in the top spot, we had Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, the remake. I voted for Tony Hawk, so again, it's another drink, another no drink for me. I'm also quite happy to see that FIFA didn't manage to sneak up into the runner-up spot or the winner.
Yeah, just a single vote. Yeah.
They've tricked me into buying it again for another year, but it's only because it was on sale.
I'm still holding out. I'm still holding out or off, whatever we say about this. I still haven't bought it.
I didn't buy it last year, so you know what? This year.
And neither past year as well. The last FIFA game I bought, maybe I think it was FIFA 18. That was the last one. I really decided to do an embargo or something against it. I decided to hold my word that I will not buy FIFA in such state. Yeah.
My narrative was that it was next gen, so I'll buy the first next gen one, and hopefully it gets better from there. And it's probably not worth it, but you know what? These things happen.
Yeah. Exactly. So Callum did the actual review for the PlayStation 5 version of FIFA. I will try to show it to you here. So where was it? Yeah, so it was highlighting the graphical improvements. Yeah, here. Yeah,
and kind of the haptic feedback and all that.
Yeah.
It was okay. It was relatively strong. The only thing that I really harped on was the adaptive triggers are really poor. So whenever your player runs out of steam, the adaptive triggers get really heavy. But whenever you're swapping between player to player, they kind of swap between full of energy to really, really heavy, and it just feels stupid, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I do like it, yeah. You didn't like it.
But aside from that, it definitely is a step up. I have to give it
Mm.
to them. They have done something finally. They just took a
Yeah.
whole new system to do it.
Yeah, like they took a bit of an advantage of the PlayStation 5 power.
Yeah,
But yeah, not like 100% or something.
yeah.
So yeah, and actually THPS won our VA team votes.
So I got
It was pretty close with Dirt 5. It was pretty
Dirt
close.
5. I've heard good things about. I haven't played it myself, but I've done a bit of
Hmm.
write up on it. And it's got, I believe, Nolan North and Troy Baker doing voice acting for both the
Yeah,
two
for
main
God knows
characters.
why. Yeah,
Yeah, and it's got a full storyline. So in terms of a racing game, you're getting your money's worth there.
yeah,
So I can definitely see why that was kind of up near the top. But Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 for me, it's nostalgia done right. Because
mm.
there's a lot of things that just kind of do a really half-arsed polish of games. Like look at Destroy All Humans. That was basically a port. But
Yeah.
with
Not a very
Tony
good
Hawk's
one
Pro
as well.
Skater,
Yeah,
exactly. But with Tony
yeah,
Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, you're getting a real
yeah.
revamp on the stuff you remember, and it is really, really good.
Yeah, like we played it and did a video, not a full review, but a video about it, and it's like a really really good game. I remember all the way playing the second one all the way back in 2002 or three, because again I'm like very old, almost like Gandalf or something. So yeah, I played it at release day. Yeah, that's how old I am, guys. And yeah, it was unbelievable, Callum. Like playing THPS 2 at that time. Oh my god, it took the whole skating genre by itself. Like it created a skating genre basically. It was
It created
unbelievable.
its own niche. It definitely did. The
Yeah.
first one I would it was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, so
Mm.
it was lost on me in terms of nostalgia reasons. I have played 1 and 2 since, but it's not quite the same. But I can appreciate how much of a step up it was. So
Yeah, yeah,
definitely
yeah.
deserves its spot.
Yeah. 3 was also good, but like 2 was a milestone. So just answering the chat quickly, Felix is saying that people should definitely check out Crusader Kings, as well as Europa Universalis, which is a game and a series that I have heard so much about, but sadly didn't try it until now. And Felix is saying that we should. They are both by Paradox Interactive, a well-known company, especially in the PC sphere, in the PC line of things. They are super complex and in depth, so we can definitely like recommend them. And I think Felix agrees with that for the strategy game fans, like the ones that are
Yeah,
really interested in strategy games, not like the ones
I
that are only mildly interested, right, Callum?
Yeah, in
Yeah.
terms of Paradox Interactive, they do make some really good stuff. We did actually review one quite recently called Empire of Sin. It's like a
Ah,
mafia-based one. It didn't review very well, so they
God of
are,
War. Yeah.
yeah, they're known to kind of do some off ones, but there's a lot of good amongst the average and mediocre as well. So it's good to try the ones that are
Yeah.
will have a good fan base, I suppose.
Yeah, it was reviewed by Martha. I don't know if Martha is with us live right now. And yeah, it was like a 4.6. The final score was for it, Empire of
Yeah,
Sin.
it was a pretty weak one.
Yeah.
Whenever I was kind of requesting the PR stuff, it did look a little bit hit and miss. It was kind of like
Mm,
XCOM meets New York City Gangster. It didn't look
mm.
amazing, but I thought it might push a 6 or a 7. It didn't even get anywhere near that.
Yeah, I was definitely also thinking that it will be a 7 game, a 7 out of 10 game, but yeah, disappointed really. And they actually like took this idea from a game that I played before many years ago. It was the exact same formula that you control these mafia people or gangs or whatever. And it was also a top-down view, the same view that we got with this game, but was properly done. I don't remember the name because it's like this game has been done only once. It didn't get a sequel, but was really good to play. It was all the way back in the PlayStation 2 or something. It was really like a really old one. Yeah, I even don't remember the name anymore.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
escapes me as well, and I'm a big PlayStation 2 fanatic, and you know that, so
yeah.
it's like on. But yeah,
So
we'll move on to
best
multiplayer then.
multiplayer, yeah. So take it, Callum. What do you think? Yeah, talk us about
Yes,
the choices here. Yeah,
yes, it was kind of the same as the mobile game, to be honest with you. So we had a multiplayer tie. We had Call of Duty
yeah.
Black Ops Cold War, and then we had Among Us, who they basically tied for first place. I think that's fair enough. I think Among Us, because it came from 2 years ago, it gets marks down. I think because Call of Duty, while still good, is just doing the same thing, so it gets points down. My personal vote, I believe, was Valorant. So I'll take a drink for
Um,
that.
I think I can check it. Yeah, just to make sure. Uh, it doesn't appear here. Maybe. Yeah, it says only two names, but we don't know the third one. It should be you.
Yeah, probably me. I'll take the drink
Okay.
for it. It's okay.
Yeah, and Fawzan is actually saying that, hey, Callum, you got a check after all of them are done. So Fawzan is saying that you will basically drink like all the alcohol you have at your home right now.
Yeah, okay. I'd
That's
rather
his
see the
expectation,
news,
yeah.
and I don't want to be like passed out at 10 o'clock.
Hopefully not that stage, yeah. And Felix is saying that I didn't know Empire of Sin was from Paradox. It actually, yeah, is published by Paradox, but the development wasn't done by anyone from Paradox. It was by a team called Romero Games. So Paradox only took the publishing stuff. It isn't a game that's like heavily influenced by Paradox themselves, not like Crusader Kings or Europa Universalis, which are true pure Paradox games, Paradox
Yeah,
interactive
that's
games.
my
Yeah.
bad because I was talking to Paradox to get our review code, so that's my bad.
No problem. Where were we? So about the best multiplayer game. So the Warzone was tied for the audience vote with Among Us, and we got Among Us. Among Us, the team. Yeah, the team vote
Yeah,
went for Among
that's
Us. Yeah.
pretty straightforward. I think we can just
Yeah.
move on from there to the platformer.
I didn't think that even not a single one of us voted for Warzone. Yeah.
It's not something that I'm particularly interested in, mostly because I'm bad at it, but because I'm not mad into Call of Duty as well. So
Yeah, I think only Alex among our team, only Alex is the true COD fan and player. He even
yeah,
did
I
the
think
review, the full review for Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War.
he did indeed. I think he's just about the only one of us that actually bought the game because
Yeah,
I wasn't to do it.
neither
But
me.
you know, it's one of those things. But we'll move on to the
Mm.
platformer.
Yeah. So
Okay,
platformer.
so
Yeah.
what we had in second was Astro's Playroom, and it was pipped to the top spot by Ori and the Ori.
Oh
and
man,
was it-
that's close. Yeah.
So my pick was Astro. If you've read my Editor's Choice Award, you'll know
Yeah.
that. So chin chin.
Here's the article, by the way. Drink up, Callum. Drink up. So yeah. And here was the article for Callum's because Callum is our if you don't know is our managing editor at VeryAliGaming.com, and he did this recently published article that we published for today feature about the editor choice, about what Callum like about the games that were really remarkable in Callum's opinion for 2020. And he went with a chronological order. So he started from the games that were released earlier in the year and moved on this way. So yeah, we had Ghost Runner. We had this is the Astro's Playroom section. So yeah, it was one of his most remarkable games. And CP 2077, it's also one of my favorite games for this year as well. So yeah, our votes as a team, it was a tie. It was a tie between Ori and Astros.
And I think that's fair because I can
Yeah.
see how fantastic Ori and the Will of the Wisps is, or is it, Ori and tell me what the last bit of it is. Is it the Will of the Wisps?
Yeah.
Yes, that's good. Okay, yeah. So I can see where it does have its merit. The reason why I love Astro so much, and if you've read the small review that I've done and wrote up, you'll know. It's just the nostalgia factor, the fact that I'm PlayStation through and through, always have been, and the fact that it offers what is a quintessential platformer
Mm.
that you don't really get very much anymore. Like the last one I can remember that came out that tried to be a platformer, like a real one,
Mm.
was Ukulele, which it
Ah.
just didn't land. No one was very keen on it. It was kind of trying to be Banjo Kazooie. It didn't really work out. It's just because there's no real market for it anymore. But Astro's Playroom, because it was the tech demo for a PS5 and it was free and installed in every single one, it, it it's done well, and I think that's fair.
I think, yeah, it deserves all the recognition, even for being, as we are saying internally, and is now publicly a glorified tech demo, uh, which it is. Yeah, it's a glorified tech demo, but it's like a really good tech demo, and it's free. So
Oh yeah.
what can you lose? Yeah, it's a free, and it's really innovative. And it has all the features of the DualSense. You can test all the features of the DualSense just by playing it, and you will have fun playing it. So
Oh
it
yeah, there's
innovates. Yeah.
as far as I've seen from the games that I've played, there's nothing that really takes advantage of the DualSense better than the tech demo, which is understandable. But there, like, it uses every single inch of it, and
Yeah.
I wish more games actually did do that. I mean, you've got the Pathless. I played, done a little bit of it,
Mm.
and FIFA as well. Like, there's a couple of things that do use bits and pieces of it, but there's
Nothing
nothing
like
like the chip
Astros. Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Not like Astros. Yeah. Definitely. Um, yeah. Crash Bandicoot was a strong contender. It was a good game. Really good game. We played it extensively, both me and Callum.
Yeah, I
And
reviewed
we,
that
yeah,
one.
we did, yeah, we did a review about it as well, a written review. Yeah, Ori is the classical 2D platformer, but for the modern age. It takes everything from the classic 2D platforming games and innovates on it a bit for 2020 to be something for the modern times. Yeah. So best shooter game.
Yeah, best shooter. So in second place we had Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, and just beating it to the top spot we had Doom. I think it was quite a comfortable winner.
Hmm.
So we had Doom Eternal in the top spot. I think that's fair. It done more than Doom 2016. It added more platforming. It refined the narrative. It kind of refined the gameplay holistically. It was just a much better game than the 2016 version. It took everything that was good, fixed the bits that were okay, and made it
Hmm.
into kind of the quintessential Doom experience that everyone wanted the first one to be. Um, and that's why I think I don't know if there's going to be another
Hmm.
Doom very soon because of that, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, like for me, um, to be honest, I was pretty surprised with Doom Eternal. Like
Hmm.
I thought it will be the same as what happened with Wolfenstein. Like you remember, of course, the last Wolfenstein game was about these two sisters. I didn't
Is
even
that Wolfenstein Youngblood? Is that the right
Younger
one?
Blood, Younger Blood, exactly about the two
Yeah,
sisters. Yeah,
it was a pretty poor one to be honest.
yeah, pretty mediocre, pretty bad. It was hyped before, and it was a big disappointment at release, and it got almost forgotten about quickly, very quickly. So, to be honest, I had the same thoughts about the fate of Doom Eternal. So, it totally got me by surprise once it was released, and when it got all this huge positive response. To be honest, I didn't play it extensively. I tried it for a few hours, as with many games in my life. I didn't play it until the end, but oh my god, it's like even a very good step up from the original, the New Age Doom, the Doom from 2016. It's a really, really good game. So it was a huge and pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah,
And yeah,
in terms of shooters, it's not really been an amazing year for them
yeah,
because you've had Call of Duty come out and it's done okay. It's came runner up. I think it's not been as revolutionary as a lot of people thought it was going to be because they had the soft reboot last year, and they thought this one would kind of be a return to form. After the return to form, it wasn't. It's kind of more of the same, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's not pushing the boundaries. Battlefield is set to do something next year, but we haven't seen that yet. And the rest of them have kind of been ones that have been around since 2019, kind of live service ones like Valorant, Overwatch, the likes of all them that are kind of getting updated every day, but they've been around since about 2016, 17 anyway.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's just kind of more of the same. And Doom Eternal's kind of the one that's broke out and went, there's something new to play here. Have a go at this. So it's kind of the only real pick for me. Call of Duty
yeah.
has its place, but Doom's definitely
Yeah,
the
we have two Call of Duties here as the best shooter. The one that's Black Ops Cold War, and we have also Warzone because
Yeah,
of all
fair.
the updates to Warzone and the new stuff that Warzone got for 2020. So
In
yeah.
all fairness, I'd
Mm.
probably give my vote out of the two to Warzone because at least it's something new. There's a new format to it. There's
Yeah,
something else about it. Because Black Ops, Call of Duty, like the normal Call of Duty
yeah,
experience, there's nothing new to it. They've revamped zombies a little bit. They've gave you another campaign that's nowhere near as good as the one you had last year, and it's okay. That's all I'll say about it. It's okay.
yeah. I think like it definitely added something to the battle royale genre as well.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
If you've got like, there's very few games that take advantage of a pure FPS format. Like
mm.
Apex Legends is probably the only other one in terms of a battle royale that does that,
Yeah.
and Call of Duty have kind of pipped them at
Like
the
the
top spot in that
tag
regard.
system from Apex was really like a huge evolution. Like everybody copied that the tag
Oh, the
system where you
ping
get to
system, yeah,
tag. Yeah, yeah,
100%.
yeah. It's
Yeah.
incredible. So best. So it was yeah. It was also the choice for our team, Doom Eternal, as the best shooter game. The VA team's choice.
Easy choice.
An easy pick. Yeah, easy pick. Best PC game.
Best PC game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the one I mentioned before, Valorant, it got second place, but Cyberpunk took the top spot.
Drink up, column. Drink up.
What one did I pick? I thought I did Cyberpunk.
Valorant or what? You picked Valorant, right?
Not for PC. I think I did Cyberpunk for PC. I'll take a drink anyway. I don't mind.
Anyway, yeah. I can actually like look up your vote just to make sure. Maybe we'll make it a double drink right now. Uh, so yeah, checking it quickly because I have to check it on mobile
Whilst
to
he
make.
grabs that one, yeah, we'll just talk about the ones that actually we have here, which is your guys' votes.
Yeah,
Valorant in second place. I think Valorant definitely deserves a mention.
your vote went to Cyberpunk actually. Yeah,
Yeah. So it
yeah,
came
yeah,
second to Cyberpunk, but
yeah.
Valorant definitely deserves its own place.
Mm.
Or at least at runner-up, simply because it's something new in the esports genre. There's nothing that's really came about that's new within that genre for a while. Valorant's kind of became a mainstay in there.
Like I don't really like it. I think it's like a copy and paste from every popular shooting game that has been here, especially Counter Strike. It has elements from Overwatch. It fuses
Yeah,
everything together. Yeah.
if you were going to sum it up in a few words, you would say it's Counter Strike and Overwatch kind of bundled
In a
into
game.
one. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's exactly what it is, but that's fine. I don't mind that at all. At least it's something new for the esports community because it is so hard to make
People
a
love it.
game
Yeah.
that's
People love it.
it's very difficult to make an esports ready game. I mean, the last one before that I can think of is Rocket League, and that is like that was pushing the boundaries. Like there's nothing like that out
Yeah.
there, and before that, it's all the stuff that's been around forever. So
Yeah. Like I
um,
can understand why Valorant got popular and it's like loved by many. But yeah, me personally, I think it's just like a copy and paste job done well. It was done well.
yeah, I can
Yeah.
get behind that.
So our choice, like the VA team's choice, went to Cyberpunk as the game, the PC game of the year, just like the V's, the audience. So yeah,
I
we
think
all agree. We all agree that the best PC game in 2020 is Cyberpunk 2077.
I think the
Interesting.
reason for that being, I mean, if you look at the other game awards that have been around that didn't include Cyberpunk, most of the winners were going towards Death Stranding, and the
Mm.
reason being because PC gets games so late, and
Yeah.
you end up getting games that were released last year coming to the forefront I mean, I imagine that Horizon Zero Dawn would have been another candidate for PC Game of the Year, and it's been around for a couple of years now. It's just one of those things that PC has to deal with. They get the better graphics, the better gameplay in some respects, but they have to deal with that. So the fact that Cyberpunk came out on the same day, and it is as good as it is, it's a straight pick for me.
Both Death Stranding and Horizon were some pleasant surprises actually for the PC community, because we didn't expect neither games, especially Horizon. Like, nobody expected that. Nobody expected Horizon, a PlayStation franchise, basically, PlayStation exclusive game, to ever make it on another platform, even for PC. So it was something as a very pleasant surprise for PC gamers. Yeah.
I don't think there's such a problem with putting games onto PC. I think it's whenever you go cross-platform on console, that's when you start having competition and you're giving your exclusives away. But whenever you're given to the PC community play PC games. They don't really dip to console level. It doesn't really go both ways. Or less so, definitely. There's some people that do play both console and PC, and that's fine. But there's less people that'll have a full grade high-spec PC and also have a high-spec game console as well. It's not something that happens quite as often.
Yeah, it's rare. Yeah, it's definitely rare. And Sony has finally came around to it. Has finally figured that this could be a good strategy, even for them as for sales and the profits and all that as a company. So they are like taking advantage of this opportunity here. Yeah. So best PlayStation game. A very interesting award, because we had some unbelievably strong titles from PlayStation this year. Probably the most interesting and the most strong category, the strongest category, basically, aside from Game of the Year.
Oh yeah. So PlayStation's always had the best exclusives. They have done since the PS4 came out. PS3 was a tough time for them. PS4 was where they ascended. And Xbox have kind of
to the skies. Yeah, they went to the skies. Yeah.
If you have an Xbox and you live by the Xbox brand, what are you doing? But regardless of that, the best PlayStation game. In second place we had Ghost of Tsushima and The Last of Us 2. They tied for second place, but the winner was actually Spider-Man Miles Morales, which it kind of goes against the action platformer, but I can see why they put that in there, just because I think it's one of those games that is quintessentially a PlayStation exclusive above all else. It speaks to the Marvel universe, like the people that are interested in that. It speaks to the gaming community. It just reaches a larger audience than just the standard gaming community.
Yeah, definitely. I think like Spider-Man, we cannot speak enough of how huge and big Spider-Man is as a franchise, in comics, in movies, in games. It's maybe he is like Spider-Man. Maybe is the most popular, arguably the most popular superhero of all time, along with Batman. Maybe like those two are neck and neck. We got the Marvel hero is Spider-Man, basically. You cannot speak of anyone.
As well,
the strongest games.
Batman are the two ones that really produce decent games. There's very few other superhero franchises that actually have any of note. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, and as we are saying here, DC has got Batman. And they are neck and neck. We have got the unbelievably good Arkham games from Rocksteady. The trilogy that's extremely impressive. I played all three of them. Finished the second and the third one. And oh my god, what great games are they? And Spider-Man is on, as Callum is saying here, is on the same level. Even in gaming, on the same level. The movies as well, maybe Batman is a bit less lately, but it was also had it peaks with The Dark Knight, which is one of the best movies of all time, really. So yeah, they are neck and neck, even in gaming, yeah.
And how did we go with staff?
The staff, actually, they went with Final Fantasy VII, the remake.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, that's it was surprising for me, and a bit. I am happy about it. Yeah, we can say.
Well, I went Last of Us 2, so it's another one for me.
I know. Yeah, I can see that here. Yeah, it was a very pleasant surprise for me. I am a Final Fantasy fan. I have to admit that, and yeah, it got the vote. So moving on to best Nintendo game or best Nintendo Switch, because Nintendo doesn't have anything outside of the Switch right now.
Yep.
So best
So
Nintendo Switch game. Yeah,
in
yeah.
terms of what they had there, it's actually the only time that it ever gets mentioned. In second place, we had Hades, which
Mm.
is an absolutely phenomenal game by Supergiant Games. It was voted best indie by, or sorry, it did get mentioned again.
Kind of, no
Guys, it
problem.
did
No
get mentioned
problem.
again. We'll talk about it a bit more later. But
Yeah, yeah. We'll get to it. Yeah.
In terms of the best Nintendo Switch game, we had Animal Crossing, which it takes the Animal Crossing brand that we've known from the likes of New Leaf and all the ones that
Mm.
preceded that before, and it adds a lot more to it. I mean, my partner recently bought it and showed me all the different aspects of it because I'm not a Nintendo person. I kind of look from the outside, but I'm never one that goes looking for a Nintendo
You
based.
had a Wii once, right? And you
I
bought the
did. I
Switch.
had it.
Yeah.
I mean, every kid my age at the time would have had a Nintendo Wii, and I played. I had a very limited catalog of games at the time. Twilight Princess would have been one of them. Guitar Hero
Mm.
3, but I think that was kind of the height of it. Super Paper Mario,
Ah,
just
yeah.
bits and pieces.
The big ones. Yeah.
Um, exactly. But in terms of what Animal Crossing has done to make itself feel new, is it's added a couple of different systems. So there's kind of like a goal system that you never had before. Whenever you were in Animal Crossing beforehand, you had you were just kind of set in the middle. You had
Mm.
the idea that you're either mayor or you were a new person in town or whatever, but everything was open to you. You could do whatever you wanted at any point in time. Whereas this new game, it has a reward system. You have to
Mm.
achieve certain goals.
Yeah.
You have a deterioration system of all of your tools, and you have to build them again with a crafting system. There's a lot more to it, and I kind of have mixed opinions about it myself because I like the idea that you can kind of do whatever you want at any point in time,
Mm.
especially with the time parameters that are put on the Animal Crossing day, because it
Mm.
goes with the general timeline of
And don't
real
forget
life.
also the social elements that are very strong
Exactly.
with this release. Yeah, like it's a very social game that you can build your island and make it very hospitable and visitable, let's say, for other players to come and visit and discuss it. And it's a huge thing. Like the social element of Animal Crossing added so much to that game, to the popularity of that game. Yeah.
But I can definitely get behind the idea that it has came on leaps and bounds. Whether it is something that a lot of the older player base will enjoy, it's at least something different, and I think that's why it's got a lot of the votes.
Mm.
Whereas Hades, which is still a fantastic game, can't
Hades didn't
compare with.
even get a single vote from the V's from the audience. Not a single vote.
Yeah,
Only our bot,
I
simple
mean,
bot, which it votes for everything.
in
Uh,
terms of my vote, like I went completely off the beaten track. I voted for a game called The Last Campfire. I don't know if you know about it, anyone in the audience, but it's
yeah,
just
yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, I didn't hear about it. I like from you. The first time was from you.
yeah, it's a
Yeah.
simple puzzle game. I quite enjoyed it, but I mean, as I say, I'm not a Nintendo fan, so
Hmm.
it's coming from a place. It's not coming from a critic standpoint where it usually would from myself. So take it with a pinch of salt. But this
And
is one
that's
of those
why
games.
you just got called out by Felix. He's who's saying, "Shame on you, Carl. Nintendo is great."
Yeah, it's
With
one
a
of
wink
those that
face. Yeah.
divides opinion. It's one
Yeah.
of those that divides opinion simply because there is this camp that is very adult gaming and there's very like kid friendly gaming, but they both have their place. Like I still enjoy all the Mario games. I still enjoy all the stuff that comes out. There's some stuff that comes up on Nintendo that I kind of wish that I could be a part of, but at the same time, I've made my peace with the fact that I am a PlayStation person. Like
Mm.
like the idea of Splatoon. I never got to play that.
Mm.
Breath of the Wild, it's one that I've had to witness through other games like Genshin Impact
Oh
and
my God, you have to play.
Immortals Phoenix
You have to
Rising.
play Breath of the Wild. You have to.
Exactly. It's just one of those I've kind
Yeah.
of seen all the mechanics put through secondhand through other games, but
Mm.
it's just something I've made my peace with.
Yeah, yeah, I definitely can understand that. Like the Switch um, is the essential Nintendo console to get. Really, I truly believe that everyone should get a Nintendo Switch because it's
I
like
think the reason why I
it's something
stopped
that
buying
yeah.
Nintendo products was Pokemon was the big draw for me, and whenever they stopped making
Hmm.
really decent Pokemon games, I think the last one I bought was Sun and Moon for the 3DS, which
Hmm.
I did play quite extensively, but since then, like I haven't really had any draw to buy a
Hmm.
a Nintendo Switch simply because there's just nothing that really
Of
goes.
interest, yeah.
You need to buy this £200 plus system.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But for the Switch, it makes sense because the Switch has got an unbelievably big library right now of games, huge library of games, excellent third-party
It does.
support. Yeah.
It along with the Xbox, it is a big place for indie gaming, which I'm
Mm.
noticing. But a lot of it's very hit and miss as well. So that's where I feel
And the
I'm missing
portability,
out.
Callum, you can't like forget about the portability. You can play all these
that,
games
that, that,
whenever, wherever you want, and whenever you want. Yeah,
you
yeah.
just sound like my partner now. She's trying to get me to buy a Switch so that we can play Animal Crossing together. But
Yeah,
we'll
she is
move on
right.
to
She's right. And Felix, yeah, Felix is also continuing calling you up by saying I'm literally playing New Horizons right now. So
yeah.
yeah,
Well, enjoy, and I'll play The Last of Us and God of War and all the ones you're missing out on, Felix.
and yeah, easily as well. It got Animal Crossing got the best Nintendo game from the VA team as well.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
We'll
So
move on quickly to the Xbox one because it's pretty straightforward. There's not really much to say about it. So,
yeah, yeah.
second place we had Ori and the Will of the Wisps, and then in first place we had Doom Eternal. We've kind of spoke about them beforehand. Ori deserves second place. Doom deserves first, but there's not really much on Xbox that kind of divides the cross-platform space.
Mm.
There's nothing on Xbox that you wouldn't find anywhere else.
No, everything is everywhere else. Yeah.
I think Ori and the Will of the Wisps is the only one that you like.
Even Ori is, to my knowledge, is on the Switch as well right now. You
Yes,
can
it is
and you can
indeed.
play it on PC. Yeah, you can
Yeah,
play
it's
it
just
on
not on
PC
PlayStation, I
as
believe. But
yeah, it's on PC as well. So every single game for the best Xbox game category is everywhere else as well, and
no,
that's the problem with the exclusives. Yeah.
I have to admit that I did Ori because it is something Xbox exclusive, so I took it. So
Drink.
there we go.
So yeah, the VA team vote went to Doom Eternal as the best Xbox game.
So I
Yeah,
got the double. That's fine.
yeah. So it's a double. Yeah.
Now
We'll
I'm
actually
going to
take a little break. Take a little break, like
Yep.
for 5 minutes or so. I will play some music and so, and maybe we will just charge up and be back at it until the very Game of the Year and V of the Year awards. What do you say?
Yep, that works for me.
Yeah, maybe also chat up with the chat a bit. Yeah. Okay, so we'll
For
take
sure.
like a 5 minute break, and that's it, and then we'll be back to finish the not so many remaining categories. Yeah. Okay, so little break. We'll be right back soon, guys.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit. Guys, we will be right back at it, like in 10 seconds or so. And 3, 2, 1. There we are. Back to it. So yeah, we will have some pretty interesting stuff with the choices like that are coming up. Like really interesting stuff. It will get hairy. So to say the least, actually. So yeah, we were like last thing was the best Xbox game. And by the way, guys, sound off in the chat. Talk to us. Say what you think about the winners so far. What are your choices, or what were your choices actually? And I'm trying to get the video is back from Callum here. We just have to. Yeah, there we go. We are back with Callum here. So yeah, like sound off in the chat. Tell us what you think about the winners so far. What were your actual choices, and if you agree or disagree with the winners, and if they are different from what you. Yeah, we have the video back here. Technical issues. This is a live stream, so everything is expected really. So yeah. I will finish the sentence, Callum. Sound off in the chat, please, whether you disagree or agree with the winners. So yeah, talk to us. Let's have a chat here. Also, tell us about the like your situation with the 2020, your expectations for the new year. If you are one of those guys who believes in the thing called New Year's resolutions. Do you have any? Have you set a whole list? What's your like deal with that? Callum, are you one of those guys?
No, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy the way I am. But you know, we'll see where 2020 takes us. We're just looking to get this.
So you are more of the day by day guy, or what's your approach? Yeah.
I'm a day by day guy. I just take it as it comes. But as you know, we've got a long-term project going here. It's going well. We're pushing to become one of the big guys in 2021, and I think we're going to do it. So
hopefully, let's take a moment here to pray, like in a Buddhist way or something, and hopefully this will be the year. Really, like we have been only like literally only 3 months since we have started this project. Since September. Yeah, and September was basically just a planning month, just figuring things out. It wasn't execution month. We didn't execute the plans and the whole strategy. Maybe we really got at it starting from October, I think. Yeah, it was.
It's been very much. September was a learning curve. We still had some different VO artists on board. We had. I don't think we had a writer on board at the time, did we? It was just myself.
No, only you. Yeah, the website wasn't even was only an idea that we only did.
A website at the time. We just had the YouTube channel, and we've kind of branched out since then. Now we have is it 8 or 9 writers we have at the
moment? We are like totally if we count the writing team by itself, we should be 7, and if we have also 2 writers on hiatus. We have Aaron and Casey, so they should be back.
At some stage.
Yeah, but like the writing team, of course, Callum is the managing editor here. We have Emma, just to introduce also the team to you guys, to the V's, to the audience. Maybe like some of you have already checked this page, our team page on our website. So Emma is a very talented writer, joining from Romania, and she is like extremely talented, as the whole team really. Like I really love our current team. everyone brings something something unique to the whole website, to the whole project. They came from different backgrounds, which is what we are all about. Like we are all about inclusivity. We are all about like sharing different perspectives and ideas and opinions, and because every one of us is unique. Every one of us has his own or her own gaming ideas and gaming preferences, and so yeah.
We're very much a multicultural team. Just to introduce a few of the rest of them, you've got Alex, who's living in the UK at the moment. You've got let me see. You've got Austin, who's over in the USA. You've got Felix, who has been in the chat. I believe Felix is in Germany, but he is from the USA, if I'm correct.
Australia.
Australian. Apologies.
Yeah.
And then who else do we have?
Martha.
Yes, we have Martha as well. Again, she's living in the UK on the same time zone as myself. And then we have myself, and we have Ali, we have Casey, who is again from the UK, and we have Aaron, who is in Egypt.
Originally from Egypt. He was around in Europe for a time. He toured Europe for a while, but then went back to Egypt, and hopefully, like he's looking forward to come back to both writing, as he's on hiatus right now, and also back to Europe again. Yeah, so we'll see. Yeah, we hope he does both. I think these are definitely two of Aaron's New Year's resolutions.
And I think this is a good time to kind of bring up a new thing that we are going to be pushing out in the next week or so. Basically, for whoever who is in the audience at the moment, you'll be the first one to know. We're going to be pushing this out on a more global scale in the next few days. But basically, we're going to be bringing along a jobs listing. We're going to be listing for help from anyone who wants to become a writer. So you'll have myself, who's going to help you kind of adapt to that process. You're going to have a whole writing team that'll help you. But what we're looking for above all else is a passion for gaming. We can't teach that. That's what we need. And then we can kind of fill in the gaps elsewhere. If you have a writing background, fantastic. It's not essential. And then what we'll need from you is essentially a couple of sample articles. So we look for a news article and a feature, which is kind of like a listicle or a opinion piece from yourself. And it just kind of gives us an opinion or kind of a view of how good you are in a natural state. And then we can kind of build on that. So we're looking forward to kind of moving into that new branch of what we're doing in terms of bringing on new writers. And if one of the V's that we have in our listing is going to come on with our into our team, that's fantastic. We would love that. If you're talented enough, passionate enough, and hardworking enough,
and you like writing, because you should have like this, as Callum is saying, passion for games, because this is basically a passion project. It started with both me and Callum by a coincidence, meeting each other, and it started just by talking. We just got into talking, and it went for hours on end. And then we got this whole project in mind, and that's how it started. It's a passion project, and it will still and always be a passion project. So if you have these combinations, as Callum is saying, that you are passionate about games and you like writing, you have to at least like it. Love it is even better, but liking is the minimum, because we have to write.
A talent for writing is something that you can acquire. A passion for gaming is something that you can't. If you are not fantastic at writing, but you have all,
no problem.
We can kind of form that, and I'm very good at teaching writers, especially if it's not even your first language. I can kind of bring you around. But look, this isn't an advertisement. We'll get back to what we were doing. But listen,
but before we even do the job listing or something, you can definitely contact us here on our contact us page. You just write an email to contact@veryaligaming.com, and we read all emails, everything that comes our way, we read it. So if you have any sort of a dream or a goal to get into the gaming journalism part of gaming, the gaming industry, you will learn about the insides of the gaming industry. you will learn how we are now dealing with all these companies and all those review codes and all the shenanigans really that are happening on a daily basis. It's really funny. And
I've been there from the very bottom right to where I am now, and I can tell you every story. So
it's an adventure.
Exactly. If you need a springboard to your next opportunity, or if you want to hang about with us and grow the company, we are here. But we'll move on.
Exactly.
To what we were doing. So,
okay, so just to interrupt you, Callum. So Fozan from the chat is saying that his resolution is to stay alive.
Yeah, that's pretty good. As far as they go.
It's important, in order to function and do the other stuff.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get started here anyway.
Okay.
So, the first one being survival horror. Now, I'm going to take a drink just because it was the only one that I actually abstained from because I played none of them. I don't really want to have an opinion on it. So it's completely on you on how you want to judge this one. But in terms of what we had in our audience listing, we had Plasmophobia and we had Resident Evil tying for first place.
Yeah, Phasmophobia got tied with Resident Evil 3 for the audience vote. This is what you have chosen, Viz. You have chosen a tie, actually. So, Fozan is saying, I'll try my best to keep it. Yeah, we all have to. Otherwise, we won't be able to live stream or write anything, right? Not to the best of our knowledge, at least. So, actually, the VA team choice for best survival horror was an easy one. It was by majority. It was Resident Evil 3 remake. Yeah, it was the one that won the majority of the votes from the team.
I think it's definitely the most high-end, high production value kind of survival horror that's came out.
The AAA thing, yeah.
Exactly. We touched on it in our Dead Space retrospective. There's nothing that really comes out right now that's a AAA horror title. I mean, you get the Resident Evils, you occasionally get the odd indie that kind of blows up and becomes this AAA, like the likes of Outlast became Outlast 2, which was much more production value, probably not as good a game, but you kind of get more of a series out of it. But horror is a dying genre. It has been for a long time.
Yeah, it's not like in the best of places right now. I think like as Callum saying, it's only Resident Evil basically, like as a AAA mainstream horror game. It's only Resident Evil holding the torch, and maybe it will be this way for the subsequent, like maybe at least 2-3 years. Because I'm not like we are seeing these games like The Medium that's coming this January, which looks really interesting. Is a semi AAA game. It's not like a game with a huge budget, but it's definitely something that has been supported by Xbox, by Microsoft themselves. So it could be something, yeah. Yeah,
I recently covered that for the January games list, as you know, and I kind of got a brief insight into what it is, and it's kind of like a sidekick meets survival horror sort of game. It's interesting. I don't know if it's going to be any good, but it in terms of a concept, it's very high value. But a lot of those horror games they are very high concept, and it depends on how good the studio is, how good the game is. I mean, the likes of Going Under, we covered Visage, we covered. There's a couple of other ones.
Dark Pictures, we talked about it as well. Several news pieces about the Dark Pictures. Phasmophobia, we reviewed it. We did a review on Phasmophobia.
We did. There's a number of games that are very, very good. I just don't think they're getting the kind of funding that other games are.
Yeah.
And whenever the likes of Silent Hill comes up back, and there is talk of that, Resident Evil obviously is getting the funding because it is a Capcom staple, but there's not a lot really to speak of other than that. I mean, Dead Space is dead.
Yeah,
all the horror.
But there's a revival of a kind of revival of Dead Space from the creator of Dead Space. I think you have heard of that game. It was I can't remember the name exactly. It just got announced like a few days ago. Got a huge trailer, a very good trailer. It's coming from the creator of Dead Space. Let's try from the creator of Dead Space.
Is it from the same studio or the same person?
No. It's like from his own newly created studio or something. It's not from
Exactly.
EA, thank God. Yeah.
It is. It's Glenn Schofield because he's the guy that ran Dead Space. I do know about
Hmm.
this, but I cannot think of the name for the life of me. But I have seen it. It does
But
look
I will
quite
try to
interesting.
find
But
it.
again, it's one of these things. EA could easily
Yeah,
invest a
this
lot of
one,
money
this one.
into it. It's one of these things where EA is going to pick it up and the first one's going to be really rough, and then EA will pick it up. They'll turn it into some sort of money grabbing machine, and they'll kill it. I'm not very excited for it simply for that reason. EA will turn it into some sort of like
Yeah, yeah. The good thing is
how
that
can we
it's
franchise
not
this
from
and
EA.
monetize this?
Yeah, it's called. By the way, it's called the Callisto Protocol. Callisto
Yes.
Protocol. Yeah. And it's actually being funded by the PUBG Corp. PUBG. Yeah, that's beyond interesting, really.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was revealed by the at the Game Awards. So yeah, more than a few days ago. Uh, and it's like my most anticipated horror game, even more anticipated than Resident Evil 8 for me. Like I'm really looking forward to this game.
It's not a genre that I'm particularly interested in a lot of the time. It just
Mm.
depends on how gripping the. I think the narrative's the big thing for me in a horror because if it's just horror and horror alone, it's not for me. But if there's a
Yeah.
narrative, there's real gameplay aspects to it, I'll jump right on it. But
Mm.
we can move on to the indie game of the year.
Mm. Yeah.
So we have Among Us in second and Hades by Supermassive Games in first, which is
Yeah.
it's not particularly surprising. There was one that I voted for Hades myself, so no
Mm.
drink for me. But in terms of the second place, I would have put in. There's a game called Carrion.
Carrion, yeah.
Uh,
I made a video about it. That was like before we even started our project. Because I was really interested about that game.
yeah, it's one of
Yeah.
these areas that I really kind of. I write articles about it, and most people don't really pay a lot of attention. But it's kind of like an indie showcase.
Mm.
Just
Ah,
I
this
kind of
one, yeah.
I stick to the subreddits and see what kind of the indie developers have in the works rather than have out. I kind of done one quite recently with
Mm.
if you haven't seen a game called Last Man Sitting, you should really look into that because
Uh,
it's really interesting.
it's very
It's kind of
unique. I
like
know about it. Yeah, I know about it. I know about it even before you did the feature, where you talked about it. I have seen the trailers, and oh my god, is it like a very interesting concept? And it's a
I've been
universal game.
I've been chasing the developer for a few months just to give me an insight into it, and they won't.
When is the
But
release date, by the way? Have you got any idea about the release date?
I don't think they have one just yet because they're still trying to
Mm.
work out. Because initially that game was meant to be a battle royale, but now it's turning into a kind of sort of mission level based sort of thing, which I prefer.
Mm.
But they're still working out what it's meant to be, and I think they're kind of getting closer to it now. But there's no release date. I think it's in early access, but
Mm.
I'm not a PC guy, so I'm not involved in it. But
I
I
don't
just
play
think
early access. Yeah, like the full game is will take its time maybe, but it's definitely for 2021.
yeah,
Yeah.
in terms of what we have out right now, I think in terms of indies, um, I'm just thinking Hades wasn't my pick, obviously, because my game of the year was an indie game, so I'll take a drink for that. But yeah, so Carrion would have been a very big choice for me. I like the
Yeah.
look of it. It's kind of like that. If you've
And
ever played the
and
first,
actually, like Lyndon from our team is joining the stream and the chat. And yeah, hello Lyndon, hello. And yeah, he's saying that Carrion was great. So he agrees with how good Carrion is. It's
yeah,
really yeah.
if you've ever played the initial Spider-Man game, like the
Mm,
PS1 version, and you get right to
yeah,
the end of it, and you're
yeah,
getting chased by Carnage right at the end,
yeah. I
that's how
remember
I
that. Yeah.
imagine the whole entire game of Carrion.
Cool concept. Yeah, it's basically what Carrion is. Yeah, it's basically that. And the cool thing is that you play as Carnage this time. You are
Yeah,
not Spider-Man. Yeah, you are the Carnage itself.
exactly. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
phenomenal concept. I really enjoyed it. But in terms of what won, it was Hades. We can touch on it for a little bit. It's basically you're trying to escape hell. which is not as easy as you would, well, just as hard as you would think, I suppose.
Mm-mm.
And it's from the same makers as Bastion, and it kind of plays a little bit that way as well.
Yeah.
Um, it's a lot more reactionary than Bastion was, and a lot more fast paced, but it's kind of got the same vibe.
Yeah, it's a cool one. Yeah, I know about it. It's a cool one. Definitely. And yeah, you are also a fan of Pathologic too. A fan and not a fan at the same time. It's your editor's
Yeah,
choice and also not your editor's choice.
yeah, it's one of those that it's very hard to justify. It's
Yeah.
kind of gaming as art, which is it's one of my things that if you have a game that can also be an art form, then I'm very for it. I mean, I've got a tattoo of, hold on,
Ah,
I've
let's
got
see that. Okay.
my little journey guy, which is my
Ah, okay,
first.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah,
super
it's
cool.
my first ever game that I encountered that was art as well as a video
Mm.
game, and I just love that kind of stuff, which can kind of stand for both. And I think that Pathologic is one of the best examples of that because it is a game and it is a very gripping game if you get involved in the concept, the story, and the gameplay, which are all very strong, especially in Pathologic 2, which is kind
Mm.
of a remaster of a 2005 game.
Mm.
But at the same time, it's really grueling. It's really unenjoyable. It's really
Yeah, you are
hard to
saying
get
like,
better.
I'm quoting here. So Callum is saying in the latest piece, the editor's choice piece about Pathologic 2, that in terms of fun, spectacle, and action-packed gameplay, this game falls flat on all
Yeah,
accounts. But that's not what this title is about. It's about struggle, sacrifice, dealing with intense decisions, adapting to an ever-changing world that should be world, yeah, and ultimately uncovering the wonderful story hidden underneath the brutal experience this game has in store. So it's all about the
yeah.
experience.
As you can see, I'm much more articulate on a page than I am speaking, but there you
Mm.
go.
No, you are doing great live. You are doing great. Uh, yeah, so it was actually nominated. Pathologic 2 got a single vote from Callum. Yeah, got a single vote from Callum. That was his choice for the best indie game. Sorry, and the best indie game from our team, in our team's opinion, was Hades. Was
Yeah,
Hades?
I think that's kind of the opinion of pretty much everyone this year. There hasn't been
Mm.
a ton of like high-end indie games this year. There's been lots of
Fall
memorable
Guys,
ones.
yeah. Among Us, Spelunky 2
Yeah,
was also cool. Yeah.
Spelunky 2, it was yeah, it was okay, but it's just there's a lot of okay titles that have kind of
Mm.
kept it rolling, but nothing super
Yeah, like
fantastic. And
personally, I tried Spelunky 2. I didn't like it. Like, it's Spelunky. It's Spelunky all over again. The same thing, almost the exact same thing. Same gameplay ideas. Not that many innovations, new things. I didn't get into it, to
yeah,
be honest. Yeah.
that's exactly it. It's just the same but more, and that
Yeah.
works for some people. But in an indie game, you kind of have to push the boundaries. But
Mm.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's our indie showcase. We'll move on to our visuals.
Yeah.
And in this one, we have Cyberpunk 2077 that gets the second spot.
Mm.
In the top spot, we have Ghost of Tsushima, which has kind of been the case for pretty much every single Game Awards show that's
Mm.
came about. Ghost of Tsushima is kind of the very, very artsy showcase, whereas
Yeah.
it's not the best gameplay per se, but in terms of how it looks, it's probably the best about this year.
Yeah, it looks perfect. It has this fusion between being an artsy type of game, while at the same time pushing some excellent graphics, like graphic
Yes.
technology or graphic tech. So it fuses the same things because we have seen games that are truly artsy, like The Pathless, for example.
The path is
Um,
good, yeah.
yeah, it's not like that impressive technically, like
No.
as a graphic tech level, but it's very artistic. Like the visual
Yes.
style is very artistic. But Ghost of Tsushima somehow managed to do both,
Yeah,
actually.
married the two very
Yeah.
well, yeah.
Yeah.
whereas the Pathless is quite empty and relies on one core mechanic. And I think it was kind of agreed between the developer and Sony that they would kind of really focus on the adaptive triggers for that game because it's quite archery related. It's still a very good game. Like I rated it quite well. I think I gave it was it an 8?
It was something near 8, yeah. Maybe 7.8 or something, yeah. For the total
I rated
score.
it quite well. It was a very good game, and the puzzles are very intricate, and I love anything that Annapurna does. So
yeah, Annapurna are super cool. They are like our super cool publishers among the VA team. We are huge fans. Yeah, we did the whole video just talking about them.
It's because they've got such a great.
It got an 8.5. Yeah, one of your highest scores actually. Yeah, I don't even remember you gave any game higher score this year.
Yeah, it's because it's genuinely a very gripping game, despite you have to rate things on a curve, and because it's an indie game, it does have its limitations, but at the same time, it hits the same heights as a lot of games as well. So I'm happy to give it that score. But in terms of like genuine physical spectacle, there's not a lot better than Ghost of Tsushima. I'm not 100% sure what I rate it in terms of the highest visual quality this year, but I would say Ghost of Tsushima would probably have been my vote. You can check it if you like.
I think I can check it on mobile. Yeah. So we can make sure of the drinking situation here.
Of course, we have to, right? That's
yeah, it's the part of the rules. So yeah, actually, your vote went for Ghost of Tsushima.
There you go. So
yeah.
For this one. Yeah, it's just I'm a big fan of the kind of artsy Oriental vibe. I remember in 2001, I think it was, Okami came out, and Okami was
Okami. Yeah.
What a game!
What a game! Yeah. What a game! I loved it. I still love it. It still looks good even in this day and time. Yeah.
Yeah,
it looks good. Yeah, still looks good.
So it's still relevant.
Yeah, definitely. And we actually, for the team vote, we got a tie between Cyberpunk and Ghost of Tsushima.
I think
we got a tie.
Fair.
Yeah. Cyberpunk, of course, we are talking about the PC version, not the total disaster, the train wreck. Yeah, not the train wreck, guys. Yeah. Just the PC version, yeah.
But in terms of the next gen and PC version, this is on next gen, not even on PC. I've been playing Cyberpunk, and despite the crashes, the visual aspects of it are fantastic. So you've got the likes of whenever you're just sitting talking to someone, and you've got your zoom in, you press L2, and you're looking deep into the textures of everything that's around you, and like I find myself just kind of losing everything that's going on around me to look at this guy's leather jacket and go, wow, there's so much
the
going
detail
on here.
Yeah, the detail when it works, when the graphics really work, like the amount of detail and attention that went into creating the whole thing, the characters, the world, like the scene with Judy when it works, when everything works, no pop-ups, no shitty stuff happening, it's incredible. Really, it's very incredible.
I suppose I should take this time, if anyone is watching. I did write an article on all the Judy lovers.
Which are there are many. Yeah, it's like a whole army right now.
I'm sorry. I'm a Pan Am guy. It's just what happened.
Yeah, just to like a PS, as they say, or a notice that Callum is not a huge fan of Judy actually, but he wrote an article about Judy, but he's a real fan of Pan Am. And maybe like the upcoming feature will be about Pan Am, Callum, or what?
I'm sure it will be. Yeah,
so yeah,
we'll move on from the visual to the narrative.
Story.
It's a swap. So in second place we have Cyberpunk 2077, which is fair enough. But in first place we have The Last of Us, which is it's pretty straightforward in terms of narrative. The Last of Us and Naughty Dog in general, they dominate the field every year, and it's no different here. pulled out a masterclass. Like the way that they've married two different perspectives in their story from good and evil, or however you want to perceive it. They've done fantastically, and I think they deserve that. But Cyberpunk, there's so many.
Yeah, very close second, just one vote difference. Yeah,
I think it deserves the regular second, or the very close second, because it does offer so many side quests, so many Easter eggs, so many references. The main story is very good as well. Like there's a lot of pieces to it. I think it's not as cohesive as The Last of Us, but it still has its place, and I think second place is probably fair.
Yeah, just like
I think also deserve a mention, but
yeah, definitely. Like AC Valhalla, in my opinion, like had the best story in an Assassin's Creed game since Black Flag for me. Yeah, the best one. Yeah, definitely the best one since Black Flag. Like if I am to do a top 3 Assassin's Creed story narrative, like the top 3, it should be AC2 definitely at the top, at the very top, and the second one would be Black Flag for me. But a definite third is Valhalla. Valhalla has an incredible story. Just to to remark something on the Visual Excellence Award. So we are also we got a suggestion already on our Discord about adding a channel just highlighting the photo modes in various games, where our members can submit their own photo mode pictures. And Fawzan has already, he's also in the chat, has already submitted some from Cyberpunk, and they look incredible, really. Like these are pictures taken with the photo mode from Cyberpunk on PC, and I am not sure if I can highlight them now. It should be, really cool stuff. And he messaged me with some of them as well. So they look really cool, and it's a really remarkable game when it works. Yeah. So we'll add a section to that. Yeah.
The picture modes are fantastic. It's just something where you can kind of put your own personal feel onto things. I'm really excited for whenever Gran Turismo 7 comes out. Mode. I think it's going to be.
Even GT Sport by itself looks great.
Yeah. Well, I imagine we're going to get 3 prologues before we get the real GT7, because that's the way it goes. But
hopefully not. Hopefully they will release the full thing at once. We need more of that. We don't need more of that prologue bullshit from Polyphony. Yeah, enough of that, really.
Polyphony haven't been known for anything other than that, because they don't really have anything else. So it's hard.
I mean, it wasn't like that with the first Gran Turismo and the second one. We got straight into the full game, and that was it. They started the prologue, I think, with the third one. It was.
A-Spec and onwards.
Exactly.
The thing I really want from it is if they bring Gran Turismo 4, like the whole global aspect to it, and you just kind of play through it at your own leisure, that would be great, instead of this level-based shit. But we'll talk about that. We've done racing games, I suppose. We'll move on to.
We have the team vote. The team vote for the story.
Oh yes.
Yeah. So it was a close race between The Last of Us Part 2 and Cyberpunk, and at the end, The Last of Us Part 2 won by a single vote. By a single vote, more than Cyberpunk. And also Fawzan is saying what seems to be breaking news is that there will be a DLC. CD Projekt Red has already announced a DLC for Cyberpunk coming early this year. So they are not only working, as they say, on fixing the game, but they are also planning to release the DLC already. Maybe as a sorry or we are sorry thing,
This is something that they've been planning to do. I think they've got the same kind of long-term plan with the likes of Rockstar, with Red Dead and GTA. They're trying to keep this game going for 3 to 4 years.
It's free, by the way, Callum. It's free as well. It will be free.
I imagine so, because if they were going to make people pay for more, that would have been
It has to be. It has to be free. And so this is straight from Fawzan in chat, that there will be a free DLC, a pretty extensive DLC, hopefully, for Cyberpunk coming early this next year. Yeah.
Yeah, well, they need to add value to their game to make sure that people come back to it because I imagine they have a multiplayer aspect that they're going to launch at some point in time, and they need to have a player base there to make that work. GTA Online works is because they've had a player base for the longest time, and there's no other game like that. So they can keep that for as long as they want. That's why there's no GTA 6, and it's been what 6+ years.
It's
They can
coming.
do it as
It's
long.
coming. Yeah. But they are not in a rush. Yeah, definitely.
But this is the thing. They could keep it going for another 4 years, keep it going for a decade. It wouldn't
Yeah.
matter.
Because of the
No
cash
one's
cow.
going to challenge them.
Yeah, because of the cash cow, because they are like getting basically billions of dollars every year from GTA Online. So why the rush? Why release a whole new thing and trying to market it all over again when you have
Yeah.
this cash cow of game? Yeah, but it's not good for us gamers. Yeah,
Well, we
yeah.
will move on to our flop of the year.
A very prestigious award, by the way.
So in second place, we have Marvel's Avengers, which was my pick. Because I don't really see how you can flop as hard as losing
Yeah,
120 odd million pounds or dollars, whatever you like. That's a major flop. I mean, at least Cyberpunk made money, but
yeah,
Cyberpunk is our winner on last gen specifically.
yeah.
So I'll take my drink, but I'll take it happily because I picked it, right?
That's why we specified it. Like we talked when Cyberpunk was nominated or has won some of the categories already. It was only speaking of the PC version,
Exactly.
not of the total train wreck that's the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One versions. And it deservedly got the vote, the V's vote, the community vote of the Flop of the Year award because they are unplayable. It's basically a huge disaster, one of the biggest in the gaming history. And eventually they got even pulled off, like the PlayStation 4 version got pulled off by Sony. So it can't get any worse than that, yeah.
It's the first example of something that I thought would happen a lot later, but it has happened quite early. Developers are looking towards next gen, whereas PS4 and Sony are looking towards both gens. They want to keep last gen involved, and all the developers don't, because why would they? There's no benefit to that for them. They'll produce both, but they won't necessarily make both equally as good. And Cyberpunk is
not worth
sadly,
it, yeah.
they're sadly an example of how that doesn't work. And it never has worked. There's never been an example of PS3 to PS4, PS2 to PS3 where both were equally as good. So I don't understand why
Never, yeah.
PS5 was meant to do that. In terms of a tangible gap, like the hardware for a PS5 is not a million miles away from a high spec PC, whereas a PS4 is quite a distance away.
Yeah,
so
especially the base one, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. To expect both to do the same amount is ridiculous. Even me with a PS4 Pro, I tried Cyberpunk just to see what it's like, and it's a disaster. And that's the high end of PS4, so I can only imagine what a PS4 would look like.
Yeah, it's I think they went with that decision of releasing it on the base PlayStation 4 and Xbox One purely from greed kind of thing of just getting them to maximize their profits because it has a huge install base. People still have there are still many more base PS4s than PlayStation Pros. It's almost as I remember, it was 2/3 to 1/3. 2/3 of the PlayStation 4 owners still have the base one, while only a third got the Pro one.
The issue is that whenever you have Cyberpunk on both systems, one is definitely going to be the lesser brand of the two, and the PS5 is going to be the one they're marketing to next. With the PS4 sitting in the backlog, sure, most people have it because you can't get a PS5. It's hard to do. I had to work very hard to get one. But with those with a PS4, they should be marketing for it now, and that's why they've been hit so hard. But I imagine in 6 months' time, whenever there's people moving towards the PS5 at a at an existential rate because they can actually get the hold of a console. I don't think it'll be as much of an issue. I think it's because there has been this weird transition period where no one can get a PS5. No one has ever produced for a PS like the previous system before. Like, I mean, let's just look at the last thing to ever be produced for a PS3 or PS2 or whatever is it's always the FIFA games or the sports
Yeah,
games.
yeah, yeah.
And they're always just
Filler,
rebrands of the
just
year it
fillers.
was
Yeah.
last published with new
Yeah. And
players.
they are just like rehashed versions of the same thing. They don't add anything to them. Just a roster update, and that's it. The typical FIFA and EA thing to do. Yeah, definitely. The thing is, I think with the Cyberpunk is because of the very long development time as well. This game was announced all the way in 2013, just when the PlayStation 4 was first launched, Callum.
Yeah.
So they didn't even know there will be a PlayStation 5 when they release it eventually at that time. So it was the platform to develop for at that time, yeah.
You get lots of games in development hell that really struggle. You get games like the best example I have is Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah.
Forever that got delayed for 10 plus years and it came out. And yes, it did get produced, but everyone hated it because it was a game that should have came out in the 2000s to stay sort of relevant, and it just
Definitely
crashed. It was
crashed horribly. Yeah, it crashed horribly. And yeah, this is like we are showing you now this breaking news stuff. And thanks to Fozan for sending us the link about the new DLC, about the new Cyberpunk DLC. This is straight from their page, from the Cyberpunk website. And there isn't a trailer or something here as I am seeing right now. Just saying that free DLC starts hitting Night City early 2021. Stay tuned for more info, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, we just imagine that the team have been working overtime to get that done as well. So it's more crunch, but it's one of these things we have to deal with. But we'll move on from flop and we'll move to best remake.
We forgot again to say the team vote.
Yes.
Yeah, team vote. Team vote actually was pretty close, and between the obvious sinners here, between the Cyberpunk 2077 and Marvel's Avengers, and actually Cyberpunk won. The PS4 version of Cyberpunk won the flop of the year for our team. Yeah, our team chose that. Yeah.
I expected the critics' vote to be a lot closer because in terms of numbers, statistics, and actual value that they've lost from producing that game, Marvel's Avengers is the biggest flop out of the two, like hands down. It's just from the public opinion, Cyberpunk wins. But Marvel's Avengers...
It was horrible, yeah. Do you remember how excited we were before it was released, like Marvel's Avengers? We were really excited about it.
Well, I remember myself being very distant from it and you being very excited.
Maybe that was the case, yeah. My excitement covered, like, made me even about to be totally blind of Callum's thoughts back then. I thought he was really excited back then as well, because I was expecting this game to be to defeat the notion it got, or the impressions it got. That will be a very bad one.
I believe this in the first days.
I love the beta, by the way. Yeah, I love the beta.
I think we were speaking, and I said it's just trying to make a superhero branded game into a Destiny kind of remake.
Doesn't work.
Thing.
Yeah.
Trying to marry the two together, and you were kind of like, no, it's going to be the next best thing, and I was like, I don't know.
I still think that, and I think many people agree as well, that the story part or the campaign, the single player part of Marvel's Avengers is really good. It's great.
Well, yeah, to be fair, the one part of it that is actually fantastic is the fact that they brought in that new superhero, last name Khan, can't remember the first name, but
Kamala,
Yes, Kamala Khan, yes.
Yeah.
I think that was a good thing to include, like a brand new superhero and a brand new narrative. Like, that is good. You've seen that through Marvel's Spider-Man, where they've just brought a brand new story, brand new villain, brand new everything in. but
Mm.
they just the gameplay wasn't there. It was like
Yeah, yeah. The multiplayer was horrible. Yeah, I tried both the multiplayer with bots and the online, actual online multiplayer, and it was definitely horrible, badly executed. Matchmaking was a disaster. The missions were lackluster to say the least.
and repetitive.
But the
That's
but
repetitive.
yeah, but I still hold my opinion here that the story and the campaign of Marvel's Avengers is really good. So yeah, moving on.
But
Best remake
yes,
or
we will
remaster.
move on to best remake. In terms of what came second, I believe it was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, but the best remake was Spider-Man Remastered, not Miles Morales. Spider-Man Remastered on the PS5, which is an update on the last gen version. Now
Yeah,
I'm going to take a small break, but you can just cover that for a couple of minutes if you don't mind.
yeah. Of course, I will just do this. So yeah,
Yeah.
we're talking about the best remake or remaster, and as we can see here, like it was for the audience vote, it was a tie between THPS and Mafia. I actually voted for Mafia here because, if you compare the original Mafia game from all the way in 2002, and when you compare the Mafia game from that time to the remake they did, it's incredibly impressive. Like they basically redid the whole game, just taking the original ideas, but they recreated it in such a way that's remarkable. Really, that's truly impressive. The whole atmosphere, the world design, the characters themselves, it was all like, for me, it was something that got me really into the game, and we did actually a video about it. Yeah, here we touched on the connection between the story, the actual story of the game, and the real stories that were inspiring for that game in the first place. Because this game, although it says it has only fictional characters, but was heavily inspired by the actual happenings in America and the USA, with the mafia situation there in the early 20s and 30s, and it covers almost the whole of that era and different gangs that were there, and it takes so much from them. So that's why I loved it
Just to
as a
jump
remake.
in on the
Yeah.
just to jump in on the remakes, just because I was out there for a second. Spider-Man obviously is the clear winner. There's no dispute about that. I believe that was my vote as well. But I just want to give like a little mention, as you done yourself, as I made out there, to the Mafia remake. We covered it for a review.
Yeah.
We covered it,
Incredible game.
we covered it for a feature rather than a review.
Yeah, a feature. Yeah.
It was fantastic. Like this is coming from someone that's played the 2001 original. It's something that it keeps everything that's fantastic about it, but it adapts the real world, like the New Haven sort of environment that you explore, and it is a fantastic title.
Yeah.
It keeps all the same story elements, but it has a brand new environment.
And much better than the second and third one as well.
Yeah, the second and third in terms of remaster, especially the second one. It was very lackluster. I'm not sure if they'd actually done the third one as a remaster, actually, but I know the second one they done. And it was really poor, but the first one, I think they took a bit more time with it, and the definitive edition, I personally thought it was really, really good. I think we rated it a 7, and I think that's perfectly fair. It was a great game. There were some aspects of it in terms of, I think gameplay was the main thing that let it down, and control functionality.
The combat, the shooting mechanics weren't the best. Yeah, they weren't the best.
Anything that incorporates a quick time event tends to drop a mark, in my opinion. But
yeah, definitely. But the story, the characters, Tommy is an incredible character in the whole of gaming. Really, like I was so very much invested in the story just for Tommy, just to see where it ends with Tommy and what his fate will actually be in such a dire and difficult situation. So yeah, that's for Mafia, which actually didn't win, but we talked about it so much, but deservedly so. And for the team vote, it went into second place. Mafia was the second place in the team vote, and it lost by a single vote to THPS. And yeah, and to add even more surprise to the whole thing, I think almost nobody from our team voted for Spider-Man Remastered.
I'm trying to think what I think I might have done THPS in hindsight. But I think that's my personal opinion, to be honest with you. Spider-Man's very, very good. In terms of the general opinion, I think that is definitely the case. THPS, as I said before, when we were doing best remaster or whatever it came up as, it's a very strong remake of a title that's been around for a long time. But yeah, I'll not dwell on that too long. We'll move on to most anticipated for 2021.
Yeah, a strong category. Yeah,
it is a very strong category. Now the one that we got for the V's would have been Horizon Forbidden West, which it's quite a surprising one for myself, simply because I liked Horizon Zero Dawn, but I wouldn't have rated it above some of the participants that we had in the category at that moment. I mean, my personal opinion, I think it was God of War Ragnarok. Definitely.
Hopefully it appears here. No, I think you voted for something else.
Oh.
I
didn't get my
I have to check the yeah, here. You voted for other. You had other things in mind.
Jesus Christ, I don't even know what that is.
You are pretty drunk now, so yeah, it will be hard to remember what exactly was that game. But like,
I do remember.
Which one?
Take a drink for it, and I have done. It was Hogwarts Legacy was my one.
Yeah. I think we got. I think Emma also chose Hogwarts as well.
I'm very excited about it simply because I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I know it's not. It's because I grew up in the PS2 era. That was my main era, and the games that were licensed by Harry Potter were very good. You got the Chamber of Secrets, Prisoner of Azkaban. The rest of them after that, well, to be fair, Order of the Phoenix on PS3 was also fantastic, but every other one was really, really shit. So you got
they were really bad. Yeah, so I have never been a fan of Harry Potter games or Harry Potter per se. Like, never got into the books. I really tried really hard, but I never liked. I hated almost everything about Harry Potter, and I still hate it to this day. I don't know why. I hate the main character. I hate the whole ensemble of his friends and such. I don't know why, but I literally don't like everything about Harry Potter for some reason.
No, in some cases it is a generational thing. It depends on how much you relate to the characters. But I think the main thing that dragged me towards it was partly because of the films, because I was quite a young person whenever I kind of grew up with them, which a lot of people did. But at the same time, I really enjoyed the games. I
was pretty old by that time, when it first got out. Exactly. So I wasn't the target audience,
A lot of the appeal is growing up with the cast, and a lot of people didn't do that. But it's a great game, and I've been looking at Hogwarts Legacy in great detail, and I think it's going to be, for the fans of this particular franchise, really, really good. And for the outsiders, it might be okay. I don't know. But it's my personal pick. But in terms of what actually won, it was Horizon. I do understand why that came into the top spot, because it is a very anticipated game. I am still very surprised that God of War Ragnarok didn't win.
Yeah, me too. I thought it will, it will win by a majority of votes actually. What was just as divisive as all the others. Like, all the others got similar votes, and Horizon just barely got the win. Yeah, I thought God of War will get like at least 10 votes from the audience.
And with the staff pick, it was.
It was my personal most anticipated game, which is Metroid Prime 4, which is really a game that I am really excited. Yeah, there are some Nintendo fans, Callum, including yours truly, and maybe half of our team already.
How do these bastards get into my team?
They're already in. I think like definitely Felix voted for it, as I remember. Martha maybe as well. I am a huge Metroid Prime fan. I played all 3 games. I played the whole trilogy, and oh my god, they are still perfect games. Still to this day, if you play them day, you will enjoy them. I'm actually not. Yeah.
I am a Nintendo fan from the outside. Sometimes I do go onto the console and actually check them out myself. In terms of Metroid Prime, I did own a DS, so I do know. I did get firsthand of what the initial one was like, as well as that. I do get a general feel of what the Nintendo games were like. I mean, I did an interview with, and it was for a different platform, but I did do an interview with Greg Meals, who was the developer behind the likes of Banjo-Kazooie. He was He was involved in Conquer's Verde. He wasn't the developer of it. He was involved in Sea of Thieves for any of the Xbox fans. Like, he's a big guy. He's well involved in gaming, and he's
big projects.
Very, very, very high up in Rare. And a lot of people who love Nintendo love Rare because they're very, very synonymous with each other. So I can understand that. But I really, really appreciate the Nintendo games, and that's why one of the very few interviews I've ever done is with that fella, because he is involved in so many fantastic games. Nintendo produced so many fantastic games, but at the same time, I PlayStation through and through, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, like I think each brand, even Xbox, they have got their own properties or features, and Nintendo, you can't ignore Nintendo at all. Like, Nintendo are basically the longest standing gaming company that's still alive and kicking, and very strongly kicking up until now. Very strong titles coming with the Switch.
If it helps, lads, if we're going to do a ranking, it's PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, because
Xbox is coming back. I think give it 1 or 2 years.
They have ZeniMax now, so that's a big deal. But.
Yeah, and Xbox was actually a huge deal with the 360.
They were.
It was a huge deal. Yeah, it was. They dropped the ball with the Xbox One, but they are coming back. And you can quote me on that. Yeah.
I really don't understand how they dropped the ball. I remember one of the biggest exclusives they had was, and you'll have to remind me of the name, but it was Sunshine something or other, and it was kind of like
yeah. It was eventually released on PC as well.
Yes.
Didn't get a sequel.
I can't remember the exact name, but that was supposed to be
I even have it on Steam. Yeah.
That was their competition to Infamous, and it was probably better, but it wasn't one to kind of draw people to the other platform.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it wasn't the best of times for Xbox. It was Sunset something. Yeah, not Sunshine. Sunset Overdrive.
Yes, that's the one.
It's like it's now a very old game. We can say it's like 7 years ago or something, 6 years ago.
Yeah, I just remember that one as being
it's still very playable to this day. You will still enjoy it. It still looks great on PC, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's still a fantastic game. I've no doubt about that. It's not the one that was meant to turn the tide, but
definitely.
We've been dwelling on this one, so we'll move on to continued service.
So yeah, I just have like very cool comments from our own team. Felix is saying, "I seriously can't wait for Prime 4." I feel you, brother. I feel you like right here. Like me too. It has been literally like my wishes, my soul wishes in gaming right now is first to have actually Metroid Prime 4. That's a given. But the other thing is
Well,
that please
it's
Nintendo,
very rare. It's very
yeah,
rare that you get a Metroid game that is first person. So Metroid Prime is different in that aspect, and I hope they continue that on.
yeah, and I hope like they finally that Nintendo finally does a remake of the trilogy, like of the Metroid Prime trilogy. They should like these games are almost perfect games. They were received incredibly well by both critics and audiences,
Well, this is
and
why
they should
Metroid
remake
has
them.
created its
Yeah,
Metroid has created its own genre. Like Castlevania, obviously,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
kind of amalgamated between the two, but they've
Mm-mm.
created their own genre. So why
The
shouldn't they just
Metroidvania, yeah,
accept it?
yeah.
They've accepted the fact that they've created their own genre. Why do they not go into first person and try and define another one again? And they're doing that. And Metroid Prime 4, I reckon, is going to be
Yeah, I
something
think
special. I hope to be like as genre defining as we hope, but I hope so.
yeah, like they made some mistake early on in development with Metroid Prime 4 actually, and I think you remember this. They gave it to a certain team and didn't go well for almost a year, and then they shifted the development back to their internal team, to their internal Nintendo team.
In
So it's
fairness,
already it had its fair.
that's a
Yeah,
sign of it. That's a sign of a team that wants a game to do well.
yeah,
If you've worked with a development team for a year, you're going to put that game out in
mm.
most circumstances. That's going to happen.
Yeah,
But
and
if you really
Linden
want this
actually is
game to do
saying,
well,
yeah, and Linden is also saying something also that many of us feel is that he misses Sega in the console industry as a hardware manufacturer.
well, Sega is pretty much dead. There's a very little going on with Sega. There never has been. Like we've got Sonic and there's Football Manager and there's nothing else.
Yeah, like I think they got really weak even in the software department. Like even their own games haven't been that great
Well,
as of
that was
late.
the
Yeah.
idea. They were going to kill the hardware to make sure the software was good, and the software was okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And the fact that
It's
they
kind
had such
yeah.
a marquee gaming brand in Sonic, and there hasn't been a good Sonic game in a long time, except for a game that was made by fans.
Exactly. Yeah, Sonic Mania, yeah. It wasn't even their game, their own game. Yeah. It wasn't even their
But
own
yeah,
game. Yeah,
we'll move
so
on to continued service.
my like 2021 wishes just to let everyone know here and
Yeah,
to record this as documentation for history is please to have a remake of the Metroid Prime trilogy, please Nintendo, and release Metroid Prime 4, and like all my life dreams will be complete, yeah, by that time. Yeah. So moving on.
yeah.
Yeah.
Continued service. So our winner is my personal pick.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, how much you love this game.
I love Stardew Valley to absolute bits. I love it so fucking much.
Enough said, yeah.
Yeah,
And actually, like everyone agrees with you. Like the audience gave it the most votes. Our team gave it the most votes by a landslide. So it got almost half of our team's votes, or more than the half even. Stardew
well,
Valley. Yeah, so it's like
the reasons for that is the fact that if you follow the developer Eric Barone, he gives so much of the game every single year. He works so hard for the game. He's produced 5 full updates on the original game, and they are genuinely fantastic updates. Like 1.5 produces full multiplayer, like split screen multiplayer, which is not something you see in many games anymore because of the level
yeah.
of work have to put into doing that.
Excellent
Like,
idea, by the way, from him. Yeah, to add that.
oh yeah, yeah.
It was
There's
requested by
very,
the community as well. Yeah.
oh yeah, it was
Mm.
requested, but very few games actually incorporate a split screen multiplayer simply because
Mm.
it's so hard to do. And if you ever want to find that out, there's a thing that I watched to do with the Borderlands developers, Gearbox. They were talking about how hard it was to incorporate split screen multiplayer into their game because
Mm.
they're one of the last ones that really done it very well. And
Mm.
they were talking about how you have to basically develop two games at once to make it work, and
Mm.
it's a lot of work. And
Yeah, it's a lot of work,
like
really. Yeah.
Gearbox are a full development team. This
Yeah.
guy who concerned ape, who like the casual onlooker,
Was very concerned about the game. Yeah.
yeah, they might think that's a full team. This is one person.
Unbelievable,
And,
really.
well,
Unbelievable story.
quite recently, Concerned Ape has took on, I'm not sure if it's one or two full-time workers along with him, but even with 2 or 3 people, like that's
It's nothing.
amazing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Exactly.
Like I
it's
still don't, I
incredible.
still don't believe, or don't. It's not like I don't believe. Is that it's really incredibly hard to be convinced and like that he did such a game, such an extensive game, a deep game with all those interesting characters and relationships and situations and a very good gameplay, and keeps on endlessly adding updates upon updates to it, and actually listening to the community and doing what the community requires or requests from him. It's something that you don't see from the corporations, from all these corporations with thousands of staff. So, and nonetheless, we see all of that from a single person. It's unbelievable. It's like he's sometimes I think like he is literally like a superhuman or something, because it's really hard to believe it's possible.
If you've ever seen, and like I follow this quite extensively because it is very, very true to me in this game. Like I love it the absolute bits, like more than most people will do. But I follow it quite extensively, and if you've ever seen his setup, like a year prior to now, you'll realize how amazing that he's done. He used to have a tiny desk that he could barely fit a mouse on, and he managed to create this entire game. Like it's like a makeshift studio.
I'm sure he has got a bigger desk right now because of all the revenue. Yeah, but he started very humbly. He started very humbly, incredibly humble. Yeah.
Up until about 6 months ago, he barely had a desk to work on. And 6 months ago, I believe I'm on the Reddit, so I kind of follow it kind of loosely. And there was a guy that put up, he finally has a proper setup, and this was only a matter of months ago. Like it's just amazing how much this guy can actually do.
Yeah.
With so little resource and so little help, he just it's a real passion project for him. And there's also the fact that he's working on a second game right now that he doesn't really mention an awful lot, simply because he doesn't want to draw attention to it. But
yeah, it's incredible. He's a superhuman. Yeah, he's definitely superhuman.
Yeah.
And we've got more comments in the chat from Fauzan. He's saying a drunk Callum sounds like a Scousers, which I'm not like entirely familiar with.
Like from Liverpool, yeah.
Yeah, what's a Scouser?
Yeah, a person from Liverpool.
Ah, really? Okay. Because he's a Liverpool fan, by the way. He loves Liverpool FC. Yeah, and he switched to and he switched to Callum, do you take that as a compliment or as a non-compliment that you are a Scouser?
I've got no opinion. I'm an Arsenal fan. I don't really have much opinion. I'm just trying to get by.
So, and Fauzan then switched to our Twitch stream. And just saying that if we can see his comments, we can see all your comments on both Twitch and this goes for everyone, guys. Write whatever you want. Have a discussion with us. Write whatever you want in chat, and we'll answer back as soon as we can and as soon as we see it. So moving on, just like 3 hours remaining or something.
Yeah, 4 more. 4 more. So the next one is Best Game World. So what we have as the winner is Cyberpunk 2077. I think
Mm.
that is hands down the best winner.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree with that. It's a no-brainer, really. The close one wasn't that close, actually. It was Ghost of Tsushima. It makes sense. But actually, the game world of Ghost of Tsushima is more artistic than anything else. It's not like
Yeah,
really rightly populated. It's almost barren. It has all
yeah.
these camps, enemy camps, but nothing else going on. It's almost
I've noticed
empty.
that with
Yeah.
I've noticed that with a lot of games that have been going on this year, where it's very barren, but the points of interest are very populated, very detailed. It's just kind of like you travel. If you remember
Mm,
PlayStation 3 Fallout 3, it's kind of like the points of interest are very, very intricate, and then
mm.
everything in between is just kind of like
A filler.
dead
Filler.
air where you walk to
Yeah.
the next destination, and that's kind
Mm,
of the same as we have now. But whereas Cyberpunk 27 or 2077 rather has a really detailed world where you feel like you're
yeah.
traveling from point A to point B, but there's always something in between.
Yeah, like, and you always have this urge, like, I'm speaking also from my personal experience with Cyberpunk. You always have this urge that once you are off the game, that you have to do something else and can't play it. You have this urge that you want to go back to Night City. You have this urge
Yeah,
that you want to go back to. You want to play more. You want to, because it feels, when it works, when everything works, it feels extremely immersive, especially with this
yeah.
first person view. Yeah. So actually, for our team vote, it was a tie. It was a tie between Cyberpunk and Ghost of Tsushima.
I
And
think
yeah,
that's
rightly so.
fair.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's kind of the kind of divide, especially in the critics' point of view between visual and gameplay aspects.
Mm,
Um, Whereas I would play towards the more gameplay design aspects, other people will play towards the more visual aspects, and you kind of get that kind of toss up between. Um, Cyberpunk for me is 100% the pick of the year. I don't think
mm,
any other game world really has the same kind of detail, has the same kind of scope as the rest of them.
mm.
AC Valhalla maybe sort of kind of scrapes the surface, but
Yeah,
Cyberpunk
it's a very interesting
leaps
world
miles
and
ahead.
world design, but it's not the best. It's not up there with Night City, with the concept of Night City. Yeah, Night City,
Exactly.
when it works, when everything works, it's an incredible living, breathing city that you can feel everything about it, and all of these incredible characters add to this atmosphere. So yeah, it was an easy choice. Going with Cyberpunk. I didn't choose it actually myself. I went with Mafia because I was incredibly impressed with the work done on Mafia.
Well,
Um, uh,
in
yeah,
all fairness to yourself, that was definitely my second choice, Mafia, but
mm.
simply because the visual aspect of it is breathtaking.
Astounding,
Like,
astounding.
yeah,
Yeah, especially
I
that
don't think anything
they
else
yeah.
about the game kind of compares, but the visual aspect compared to everything else is leaps
Mm,
and bounds ahead of a lot of others. And I think that's why it kind of rivals for second place. AC Valhalla is definitely something else that kind of rivals that spot. Cyberpunk well ahead the rest, but
mm,
Mafia is definitely one that definitely deserves to be in the conversation for sure.
definitely. Yeah, yeah. Watch Dogs Legion was also there.
Yeah.
Maybe because of the cool London recreation of
And
London there.
whereas Cyberpunk really develops the whole entire world, Watch Dogs really develops a concept and then never delivers on it. And this is coming from someone that has
Yeah, so I am like having some sound issues now. So I will try to maybe call Callum again because I switched my. I think Callum, you are hearing me, right? Yeah, but I can't hear you. So maybe we'll do a very quick technical stop. Just switching to be right back, and I will call you again. Okay, just to let this work. Yeah. Okay.
And settling scores with the rival Mafia fans.
Yeah, I think we are good to go now. Callum should be
Yeah,
able to hear me, right?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, we are back, guys. Sorry, technical thing again, but we got it sorted quickly. Thank the heavens for that. And yeah, we are we are back to it. So yeah, we were like almost reaching the end of the awards,
Yeah,
and yeah, we were
there's
talking
a few
about
more to
the
go.
yeah. And yeah, we were talking about the game world, of how incredible the Mafia game world is, and developer of the year.
Yes, we're moving on to Developer of the Year.
Yeah,
So the V Award goes to, unsurprisingly, Naughty Dog. My personal opinion was one that's obviously not going to be carried by the entire world, which is Eric Maroon's, so I'll take a drink. But Naughty Dog is the winner.
so yeah, Naughty Dog won the Developer of the Year award by our audience, and now we are having another issue. It seems with the camera, with my camera. So I will try to fix that somehow. Hopefully it works now. No. So maybe we'll just like hear my voice. We'll just like keep you hearing my voice, and Callum will be the visual aid for that. Because yeah, but it seems like the camera is working very well for me here. I can see it very well, but it's not displaying. I think you can. Yeah, the video is frozen, as Fozan saying here. Callum is fine. So I don't know why, but I think we have like to cut the whole thing off. So we won't do that. And it's only like only two categories remaining. Developer of the year, it was hotly contested, Callum, between our team members, and actually we got at the end a tie between Sucker Punch and Valve.
Sucker Punch and Valve. I think it's a bit harsh that Naughty Dog hasn't been involved in the conversation. I think Sucker Punch definitely deserves to be involved in the conversation. I don't know if Valve necessarily deserves to be, simply
Half-Life
because
Alyx was a pretty innovative title.
it was.
Many thought of it as like a comeback for Valve as a developer after all these
I
years. Yeah.
It's one of these mixed opinions, simply because if it was a standalone title for a mainstream console or PC, then yes, I would agree with that. If it's because of
Mm.
it's VR and VR only, it limits its audience and therefore it limits its vote. So I think that Sucker Punch and Naughty Dog deserve the votes entirely. If you want to tie the two, I can agree with that. My opinion is Naughty Dog purely, simply because I feel that their narrative, their game, just everything is much more cohesive, much more impactful.
Yeah, they did like a very impressive job with even it was pretty controversial, but if you like think about it only from a technical point of view as developer, they as a game development with The Last of Us Part 2, it's an incredible achievement.
100% it is.
Yeah.
It hits so many milestones. If you look at the various different game development and game awards, you'll see that it won so many categories, and it's only won a handful with ourselves. But it's because we're including a game like Cyberpunk 2077 in there. It kind of mixes up the brand a little bit more. But Cyberpunk 2077 mixes it up simply because The Last of Us 2, along with Ghost of Tsushima, is the only real superstar game that's came out this year. You have The Last of Us, you have the Ghost of Tsushima, you have Final Fantasy Remake, and that's kind of
a couple of others. Maybe Resident Evil 3 as a mainstream game. Yeah,
and maybe Doom Eternal, as I said.
Doom Eternal,
That's the only games you have.
Animal Crossing,
Animal Crossing, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because of the recent outbreak. Is it just me not mentioning Nintendo? I don't know.
Yeah, Felix. Yeah, Felix would want Animal Crossing in this list of mainstream games. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
For Felix and Felix alone, Animal Crossing.
No, Ali as well. Yeah.
And Ali as well. But yeah. I think that it's harsh to not have Naughty Dog in there simply because they put so much effort and so much time into one game. The VO, the motion capture, every single thing about that game is inch perfect. It might not be exactly what people want to see. It might be controversial to a lot of people.
Yeah, but it's a great achievement.
Still high quality.
Yeah, it's extremely polished, extremely well polished game. And because of that polish that we are talking about, it's the answer to Fozan, who's asking us why didn't you include CD Projekt Red as the developer of the year. I think it's incredibly unworthy of that, of even a nomination.
I'm happy to chat about that for a minute alone. So with CJ Projekt Red, they've decided to do a last gen version that is not as good as the next gen version. If they were going to do that, which I feel it's perfectly fine to do that, Sony have been pushing this opinion that you need to have a next gen version as well as the last gen version. That's only going to circumcise the idea of a next gen version. It's only going to make it lesser. So I'm more than happy with a next gen version that's better than the last. It's the way it's always been. But if you're going to do that, the last gen version has to be lesser, but it still has to be of a
do it properly.
Standard.
Yeah, do it properly.
And the last gen version was not of a working standard. It wasn't even of a PS3 standard. It was unplayable in most cases. It had
That's the thing. Yeah,
it had bugs. It had visual aspects that made it into some sort of kind of pastel colored mess. It was terrible.
Yeah, and that's all. And like Fozan is saying, I mean the devs are good. They are not good because they developed the PlayStation 4 version and the Xbox One version as well. It has nothing to do with the marketing and the investors, because he's like blaming the marketing and the investors of how bad the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One versions were. They were developed. Or not developed, by the way.
Because I'm going to interject on that simply because the CG Projekt Red team, although the conversation I had with them wasn't particularly positive.
Tell the audience that story that you had with CD Projekt Red, like how they were really. Yeah,
so we were trying to get a review code for Cyberpunk 2077, and it was kind of a story of We're not going to provide you a code because the rich get richer. That was the kind of vibe that I was getting from them. I backed off simply because it's up to themselves. It's their own review code. They can do whatever they want with it. But we've worked with companies that are bigger than them. We're on the press list for Activision. We're on the press list for Ubisoft and various others, Bandai Namco, and many of others. And they're happy enough to provide every single thing that they put out. So it's kind of a case that we are popular right now. We're not going to give you it because we're going to give it to the big boys, and that's okay. That's fine.
Like they were really arrogant with the whole thing. No, exactly you are not big enough for us, so we won't like give you any attention or something, or you won't get our game. Buy it after launch, and that's what we did. We bought after launch, and we did a review on it, and Alex did the review.
That's exactly what we did, but at the end of the day, it's kind of worked out poorly for them, and that's fine. We are impartial in any situation. Like any game that comes out, we will judge it on an impartial basis. That's why games are of a variety will do as well as a AAA variety, and that's fine. But in terms of the game that came out, like CJ Project Red, they do not deserve a Developer of the Year award because they have not
far from it.
They've not went above and beyond. They've skimped on many different aspects of their game, and that's why, just in my personal opinion, that I picked Eric Barone from Stardew Valley because he's produced update after update, including 1.5, which is on the multiplayer and the split screen, and that's why I picked him. But there's so many different developers, and I think Naughty Dog, for the reason they produced The Last of Us 2, still deserve it. But Sucker Punch is a good entry. Eric Barone is a good entry. There's plenty of other good entries. But CJ Project Red is not one.
Definitely, yeah. And Fozan is asking why all the huge corporations two-headed. It's not the case, actually, Fozan. Not always the case. Like, for us, with our contacts with all these companies, like Activision, out of all people and all corporations, Activision, a huge corporation, not entirely loved by every gamer out there. Like, they have their own fair share of controversy. But they have been really nice to us. Yeah,
in the conversations I've had with them, it's obviously Activision / Blizzard because they own both. But we were immediately added to the press list simply because we were a news outlet that was notable at the time. We've been invited to review Call of Duty. We've been invited to review Crash Bandicoot, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, anything that's kind of happened in around the October-November time and onwards. We've been invited to kind of do everything that we want, and while it's not necessarily on the platform that we would have preferred, they've been very accommodating, so I can say
definitely
bad about them. Ubisoft are the same.
And that was even before we got the website up. That wasn't even before the website was live. Like they did it only purely on our videos from our YouTube channel, and they were convinced, they were friendly.
Ubisoft would have been purely on the website. They've seen that and they went, okay, we'll back you on that. Whereas Activision have backed us purely on the YouTube channel. So fair play to them. But there's a number of companies that are really willing to see us review a number of things. And CD Projekt Red were very reluctant on every single stage of the correspondence that I gave with them. So I'm not very keen on promoting them, but at the same time, I'm not very keen on downing them as well, because they've done a very good job of the game that they've produced. I think they've just had a very hard time of it. I wouldn't give them Game of the Year, Developer of the Year, but at the same time, I would give them an honorable mention. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course, yeah, because they did. It's after all a very notable game. It has already won several awards right now from our audience, even from us as well as a team. So the coveted, the ultimate prize, the biggest thing, the VA Game of the Year, the prestigious, the ultimate thing. Yeah.
The VA Game of the Year. So we'll play chat about this for a little while because there's probably difference in opinion between the staff. But the VA Game of the Year.
you will be very interested about the staff choices.
mine included. But the VA Game of the Year
Mm.
amongst all of our fans is the Cyberpunk 2077 for PC and next
Mm.
gen. I think that's fair enough. I think it's a step above The Last of Us, Ghost of Tsushima, the many ones that came in March. And I think that was a sign of the times more than anything else. It's the fact that they've had 8 years to work on it, but I think it deserves Game of the Year all the same.
Mm. Yeah, from the audience, like I can definitely understand their point of view, and that's why we specified also that we are talking about the PC version here. So it makes sense. The PC version of Cyberpunk is remarkable when everything works, when you can run it, when your PC can run it. It's a really remarkable thing. My personal vote went to Final Fantasy VII Remake because it's the game that I was really looking forward to. I wasn't disappointed in the least bit while playing it. I enjoyed every single minute of it, so it was my personal game of the year. The votes, the audience votes were actually separated among almost every single game that was nominated for Game of the Year. The second place went, as I am seeing right now for the audience, it went to Ghost of Tsushima. It was the second game that was picked by the audience, and rightly so. All of these games, like we have chosen 10 games for the coveted VA Game of the Year award, and all of them can be their own Game of the Year. All of them are great games that have made a huge impact. They had their own huge following now. Some of them are new IPs like Hades and Ghost of Tsushima. Some of them are like sequels. Some of them are like Animal Crossing, or some of them were remakes like Final Fantasy. So it's like it's really varied and adds to the variety of the whole thing. And that's something that I am personally as a gamer really happy about. Like we are not seeing a single kind of movement here, or a single kind of perspective or aspect here. We are seeing something. We are seeing indies like Hades. It's an indie game. It's a new IP, and it has been nominated and has won several awards from other publications, from other outlets already as Game of the Year. The most interesting thing happened with our team vote. We each one of us picked a different game.
Wow!
Yeah, and
I'm
that's
really
like
impressed with
unbelievable.
that.
Like we didn't even get 2 votes for a single game. Each one of us chose a different one, and we like I collected the votes from everyone within the team. So of course no one knew what the other voted for. We only had the list. Yeah, and yeah. It's unbelievable. Like every single one of us chose something else, something different.
Come on.
Yeah. So, like, just to say it quickly. So, like, Austin went with Doom Eternal. Alex actually didn't want to vote for a Game of the Year. Carl went with the most interesting game you can ever think of as a Game of the Year. It isn't even in the list that you are seeing right now. Carl's Game of the Year was Pathologic 2, a very critic type or choice of game.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
very few people who really voted for it, but you know what? I'm gonna vote for it.
and even with this love-hate relationship that you already have with Pathologic, it was your choice for Game of the Year. It had that impact on you, yeah. Emma went with Hades. Felix went with Ghost of Tsushima. Lyndon went with Half-Life Alex. Lyndon seems to really like the VR push that Valve did with Half-Life Alex. He voted for it for several categories. And Martha went with The Last of Us Part 2.
That's fair.
And I went with
think
Final
that-
Fantasy.
I think there's just kind of a split this year because there is very little for one particular genre, but for the person that is involved in every single genre, there's a lot to get involved with.
Mm.
mine excluded because mine's a very indie title, as well as Hades. So
Yeah.
if you exclude two of them, there's a lot to get involved with. So you've got Alex, you've got Ghost of Tsushima, you've got The Last of Us, etc. There's so much to get involved with, including Cyberpunk that wasn't even mentioned at all.
Yeah,
There's so much-
nobody from our team, no one from our team chose Cyberpunk as their
Yeah.
game of the year. Yeah, nobody.
I think Cyberpunk would have been probably my second, if not third choice, and it's simply because it's a very, very deep game. But in terms of Pathologic, and I do want to speak about it because it's fucking great, and no one wants to give it the time that it deserves. It was a game from 2005, and no one paid attention to it. And it's made by a Russian developer, and it's fantastic, and it's also terrible. And I cannot promote it and demote it enough. It's one of these
But yeah, you are
games,
doing that right now. You are doing exactly that.
I'm contradicting myself. It's amazing. So basically, it's a game about it's kind of like survival horror, but at the same time, it's about theater. But at the same time, it's about a narrative story that you have to work through. It's one of these games that you have to play through to appreciate. At the first day, you feel like you're kind of easing through it at a normal pace. You've got enough resources to make yourself do for the whole campaign, and everything just changes on a dime. And you suddenly have nothing to work with. You suddenly have these horrible people attacking you every single turn. It's an amazing game. At the same time, you'll hate it, but at the same time, you'll love it. It's just, it's one of these things you have to try.
It's emotional, yeah. Like it, I think the strong aspect of it. I didn't play it obviously, but like taking all these from you is that it's very emotional. Like it triggers all those emotions, inside you, and that's why you got emotional about it, and maybe that's why you really loved it and hated it as well, and maybe these emotions were the big reason why you chose it as your game of the year.
Yeah,
it definitely was nominated like in several outlets and publications. It was at least nominated as well, and some of them, not like a mainstream thing, but was nominated in some gaming awards for this year. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that simply because people understand the kind of critic appeal.
Yeah, it's definitely the critic appeal. Yeah.
I understand that in terms of a mainstream, in terms of a mainstream genre, it's not going to appeal simply because it is such a harsh and unforgiving kind of format. But in terms of if someone is coming at it from a game critic sort of vibe, you will appreciate it simply because it really attacks you and really makes you appreciate what it is doing. If I was kind of picking a game of the year from a holistic vibe outside of my writer critic kind of persona, I'd imagine I would rather pick either The Last of Us or Carrion simply because it is much more accessible. But Pathologic for me it's just, in terms of gaming in 2020, there's nothing else that really encapsulates absolutely everything in the gaming kind of persona.
It's unique, yeah.
That game.
Yeah, it's definitely a unique game. Like I can definitely give you that. I can definitely say that. And yeah, to just check the chat quickly. So yeah, Fauzan is saying that I was 98% sure you would choose Final Fantasy. Yeah, definitely. Like Final Fantasy is really it was really an easy choice for me. I was holding out for or holding off for Cyberpunk. But
Were you
up
waiting
to
for one other person to take it?
yeah, exactly. And I was holding off until Cyberpunk's release because I was extremely looking forward to Cyberpunk. But after playing Cyberpunk, it was a very easy choice to stick and to keep sticking with Final Fantasy VII Remake as my game of the year.
Well,
so
do you know what?
Yeah.
As a managing editor or editor in chief, I really appreciate the idea that every single person has a different game of the year. I
Mm.
love that debate because
Yeah,
everyone has a different opinion, has a different perspective, and I love that everyone just
uh,
sees games from a different way.
exactly.
And I
Yeah,
hope
exactly,
that
Callum. Yeah.
continues.
I love that. I love that so much. And I, to be honest, I didn't expect that we won't get even, like we didn't even agree on a single game, like to at least get 2 votes. Like we didn't even have that, and it defines what we are trying to create here. A team of gamers, first and foremost, who are coming from all these different gaming backgrounds
Yeah.
and ideals and ideas and genres and things
It's
that they
amazing that
love.
you have people coming from
Yeah.
different platforms such as Xbox, Nintendo, you've got PlayStation, and then you've got people that love different franchises. You've got Cyberpunk, you've got Last of Us, you've got various different developers, you've got various different brands. There's so many divisive aspects that make
Yeah.
it into a critic. And that's why I want so many critics on board. If I can get 20 to 30 people that I can work with and just pick their brain, I just want that many people.
20, 30 people will be bigger than IGN as a team.
Exactly. That's what I want.
Callum wants writers,
I'm
guys.
a third
Yeah.
of the way there, and I'm gonna fucking get it.
Yeah, we hope so. So I'm all like rooting for that as well, obviously. So Callum, since you are like have been handling the audience awards, I will give you our last and also ultimate award for V of the Year, given to our most remarkable member in the
Our V of the
VA
Year.
community and family. Yeah.
Our V of the Year is a joint award
Mm.
that goes towards Samurai, which is Fuzan and DNA. So it is a joint vote on 11 votes each. So well done, guys. You are the
Yeah.
best fans of VeryAli. Well done, guys.
You are fan of the year, both of you, and I went ahead. That was way back when we first started the awards and writing about the awards, posting about them in the Discord server. So we gave the reasons why we chose our 5 nominations for the V of the Year award, and we also put, of course, the other if you have other member in mind. And yeah, like each one of you has done something incredible, either by being a super fan and being us and supporting us all the way, or contributing to something that we are doing. So like just to say, like Fozan has been with us since the start of this year almost. He has been supportive. He is here right now joining this live stream and commenting and chatting with us. He has always been by my side. Yeah, like always been there. I can't remember a single time where he wasn't there. He was always there. So he's the ultimate support. He's the ultimate for me. He's the ultimate fan that I can wish for. Yeah.
I've been here since September until December, which is it's not an awful long time considering the fact that this channel has been around since the start of the year. But I just want to appreciate Fozan as well for sticking around. The fact that this channel hasn't been crazy massive since the start of this year, and since September we've kind of established this project and we've moved up to the top 1 million websites in the world. It's quite a jump for ourselves, and we appreciate that you've been here since before that. So
yeah, so really thank you.
Shout out, so well done.
Yeah, a heart as well. Yeah, for you, Fozan. This is for me. If you want to get a screenshot or something for it, maybe this will look better. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Fozan, for always being there, really, and for being in this live stream as well. And yeah, like we have also Billy the Goat. Billy the Goat, like took our Discord server by a storm, really. He is our most active member on the Discord server. He has been really helpful to the other members, always chatting, always creating subjects, which we encourage all of you guys to do. Like really, we want more of that.
And we really do appreciate that, because the Discord server is a very hard thing to start. We've done that with giveaways and whatnot. We appreciate that a lot of you have been there because of the giveaways, but Fuzan has been there since before then and whatnot, and we really do appreciate you sticking around, and we do believe wholeheartedly that this platform will rise until, at the very least, GameSpew, at the very most IGN. So there's
hopefully, yeah, that's our dream.
There's
yeah,
a lot of gap between them, but we imagine we're going to range between the two, and we hope that we can kind of get to that level. And just to give you an update, we are kind of in the 75,000 most visited website in the world, or Alexa ranking most visited website. So we are up there. We're getting there. If we break,
it takes time. It takes time.
If we break into the 500,000, like, that's big news. So
yeah, we are currently right now in the 700K. And that's remarkable that we have already moved 300,000 places in about 2 weeks.
Yeah,
in the last 2 weeks.
We moved from 600 billion to where we
million.
are now.
Million.
I mean, we are moving towards the big game websites that like the Platinum Gaming websites. We're moving towards likes of Game On Daily. We're not quite towards the big hitters, but we're towards the second string, and that's amazing.
Yeah, just like to answer Fauzan here, because you're asking how many websites are there. Like officially, the official numbers are about 600 million registered websites, registered domains.
Yeah.
And we are talking about
we started there and we moved our way up.
Yeah, we started from scratch, from 0 views, 0 everything, 0 articles, just a brand new website from scratch. And that was in October, just this past October. And we moved basically from
early October. We had, I believe we had Alex that we have now, and Aaron who is on hiatus.
Yeah.
Myself. And we had Ali, obviously. We had 4 people on the entire
team. Casey was there from the start. Yeah.
And Casey as well.
Yeah. And the website was live only in October. It wasn't even there in September. It was just an idea. Yeah. And
we only launched in October, and we are now approaching the top 500,000 websites in the world. So
globally, overall, not just gaming, global website ranking. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, the global thing.
But we will finish our final category, which is our V of the Year. We have finished now with the V of the Year. We have talked about Billy, how he has been our most active member on Discord. Awesomeness for his awesome story, for his difficult circumstances and situation as a gamer, but he's still keeping on, and hopefully he will get his dream as well. He wants to. He is doing his exams right now, college entrance exams or something, and hopefully, like he will move. He needs and he wants, and he has like his dream. Maybe his New Year's resolution is to get into college and then move other places other than his current place of residence. That was why he got our nomination. Kolak for being our 100th Twitch follower, which was a milestone for us. And he joined during a recent live stream that we did. And we all celebrated that. It was like there were maybe 17 of you at that live stream. And we all celebrated that together, this milestone. Of Kolak being the 100th Twitch follower. DNA, which is the tied winner who is the tied winner with Fauzan, for providing the most help on our Discord server. He helped me. He really helped me with the Discord server, with building it, with the emojis that we are all, including me, that we're all using.
on a daily basis. So he helped with so many aspects of the Discord server, and that's why he got the nomination. And yeah, so that's basically why we had these nominations from the
Yeah,
community.
I'd just
Yeah.
like to mention Exciting for.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
he didn't get in V of the Year, but he's been providing live streams for those that are interested in going off the channel. And while
Yeah.
we like you to stay on the channel and provide us with views and whatnot, we appreciate that there's content outside ourselves, and he provides great Call of Duty content. So if that's what you're into,
Yeah,
by
we are
all
featuring
means,
it
head over
now.
there.
Yeah.
He's consistent. He's fantastic.
He's a very
And
very cool guy, and we are all about community support. That's why once he suggested the idea of doing a community support channel, where not only like I think can post there, every one of you can post about his whatever social media, everything that it should be gaming related stuff. Whether it's like a social profile or his YouTube or your Twitch or whatever, we are all about support. So we want to support everyone within our community. That's our idea about it. And yeah, X I think is definitely one of our most appreciated members within our
Yeah, for
community.
sure.
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Just as a point of reference, not necessarily for the V's of the Year, but just honorable mentions. Judy is also a big one. Have you got any other ones?
I would say, yeah, Judy definitely. Judy is going by different names on social media as well, but he's calling himself Judy Alvarez on our because he's a huge Judy Alvarez fan on our Discord. There are many actually. There are several people that have been really cool, like Demon Strike comes to mind as well. He has joined several of our live streams, commented on our website articles. There have been many members actually, really.
Just a small mentions to Nuclear Pie, which was one of our writers who has decided to no longer be our writer. I just want to say, well done for working as a writer with ourselves, and we wish you the best with everything that you do. And as well as that, just as a point of saying that everyone that's been with ourselves, we've had a number of writers that have came on for an odd article or whatnot, and have decided it's not for them. We want to wish them the best as well, and just say, if you do find another full-time piece, just make sure that it is a good one for yourself, and you're welcome back with ourselves at any point in time. But thank you for taking the time with VeryAli. So
definitely, yeah, Like I give also my heartily thanks to James Nuclear Pie, who is also on our server. He has contributed to the website, wrote many articles. He wrote many articles, and yeah, he did his absolute best. So thank you, James, for that, really. And thanks to everyone. Like we are now wrapping up the whole thing, wrapping up the whole year. It has been a pretty eventful year with many things, many difficult things for many people happening. We hope like we will get through that all together for the next year. And yeah, we thank everyone. I give my thanks to everyone within our community for supporting us, for sticking with us. And yeah, Callum, last thoughts?
Yes, the last thoughts is just to clarify the V of the Year, which is a joint vote for Samurai and DNA. And just for the two of them, if they are interested, we have a number of review codes that are unclaimed from the end of the year. We're going to keep this on the DL just in case we get rumbled or whatever. But we have a PC code for a particular game and a PS4 code for a particular game, which they are welcome to claim as their prize for winning V of the Year. If they choose not to, that's fine. But if they want it, it is more than welcome to themselves. They can contact me personally on my email or contact yourself, and we will get them sorted out. So
yeah, you can also like send a DM to Callum on Discord as well, if you want to do that, like something direct. Because yeah, Callum is going by Carlos, by the name of Carlos. If you don't know, I should be able to highlight it here. Should be here. Yeah, here.
Well,
Calyx-
put it in the Discord
Cal- yeah.
if you're missing us.
They can
if
see it
you-
right
if you
now,
don't
yeah.
Find us for any reason. Contact me in Discord, online, in the bio. There's plenty of ways to contact me. We'll get you sorted in some regard.
Definitely. So that's the case. If you are interested, contact me or Callum, and we'll get that sorted. Definitely, you deserve it, both of you.
Just
Yeah.
a quick 5-minute segment just between you and me. We'll just kind of run it through. I was just going to do best video of the year and best article of the year, and it's excluding me, so it's just between the guys that we've brought on. So best video of the year has to be me or you. So best video of the year.
My best video of the year. Oh, so this is like really hard to decide right now. I have to take a look, but maybe I will say the Dead Space one, because that was
I was thinking that one myself, simply because there was so much time put into it. And
oh my god, we worked on it for 40 days, about more than a month, guys. We worked on it for more than a month.
Just in case, just in case any of the guys are actually paying attention to this stream, the VO artist Russ and the video editor Eric, thank you very much for the effort that you've put in this year. You've been invaluable.
Yeah, we love you guys. Really, like Ross and Eric have been both with us. Eric has been with us maybe since September, and Ross joined slightly afterwards, and they have done some incredible work both in the editing and voiceover department. Also, even in thumbnail designing, like I have worked very closely with Eric, and I'm still doing that. I have edited some videos. He has edited the others. But he, like the Dead Space video was almost all his edit, and that was actually his own gameplay from the game. He played the whole game.
I think this is one that doesn't really overstep the bounds. I think Russell has kind of outgrown us, so to speak, simply because we can't employ him any longer. He's a fantastic VO artist. We've had a number of people mention how good he is at his job, and I think he's going to move on to greener pastures, to be honest.
We hope we can keep up. We hope we can keep up with him. Maybe. He deserves it. He deserves all the best. Yeah.
Oh, 100%. I hope he can move on to greener pastures, but kind of mix between the two. But he's been fantastic. We've had a number of people contact us about who is our VO artist, and he's a fantastic fella, so fair play to him.
I will also say, like, as a top 3 of our videos, I will also say the Crisis for review, because that was our very first professional level review that we made.
Thank you very much.
Written by Callum, of course. I edited the whole thing. And Ross did the voiceover, and he did the voiceover, and he also did the sound mix. Yeah, he helped me with the sound mix. Yeah, I did the edit, and Callum wrote the whole thing. Yeah, the video. And my absolute third choice would be the Annapurna video, because that was like something made out of love. Like it's a company that we both love so much. And of course, Callum did the script for that, so that's my third choice. As for the written stuff, and that's even harder because
I was going to ask, just to kind of frame it together, the article of the year.
Yeah, so that's really hard to decide on, because we have got, like, until now about 300 articles. So that's incredibly hard.
We built up our library quite a lot. It's one of these where we thought that we would have only features, and we've kind of done news. We've covered everything, and I think that's the best way to do things. With actually news from today, where previous outlets are deciding to pick their niche, we decided we can cover everything, and we can cover it well. So. Definitely,
yeah. So for me, I will pass on the best article, because there have been many incredible ones, and some of them are from writers who are no longer within our team,
Yeah.
and some of them definitely are from writers that are within our core team, which I love. I love the current members of our team. I love the current team so much. So I definitely will pass on this one. I can't choose a single article to say that was the best one for 2020, because there were many great ones. I thoroughly enjoyed. I don't know, like many of them. I thoroughly enjoyed even reading them just as a reader. Yeah.
I decided to not pick any of mine, obviously, mostly because mine are news and reviews, so I don't get to do many features. But the one that I would pick out of the very few that we've had to pick from, while our, and this wasn't necessarily going to be a kind of topic of our reviews, but if I was going to pick a writer of the year, it would be Alex, who has been consistent, phenomenal, and brilliant throughout. The article of the year has to go to, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Austin that done a Paragon review, the Epic Games.
He did what?
There was Austin McQueen that done a review on Paragon.
On Paragon, no, a feature. You mean? You mean a
Yes.
feature? Yeah, that was super cool. Yeah, I think it was Austin.
Yes.
Yeah, as I remember, if I remember correctly, yeah, it was Austin.
Yeah.
I will
really
make sure
enjoy that,
now. Yeah, it was Austin, definitely. Yeah, I definitely remember that. It also caused a stir in the Reddit community, and the Paragon community. Yeah, they loved it.
That would have been my pick of the bunch. While there has been more that has been viewed, reviewed, and whatnot, that is the most editorial concept that I have seen in a while. And I like to see that from my writers, the ones that kind of go, I want to do this topic, I want to make it editorial, I want to make it viewable, I want to make it mainstream. And it's very hard to marry the idea of this niche concept with this mainstream view, put them together and make it into this this article that's going to blow up, and it's hard to do that.
Definitely.
And while Paragon, as a kind of that dropped mainstream article, was one that didn't get picked up as much as it probably should have, it was still fantastic, and I rate it very highly. I would like to see a lot of our writers kind of pick up these topics that the mainstream community don't pick up and make them into this really viewable content. It's hard to do, and I admit that it's very, very difficult to marry the two together, but whenever you do, it really picks up.
Yeah. I definitely agree that it's one of our highlights for the features, especially for the features for this year. But yeah, I will pass either way, because we have seen some incredible efforts from almost everyone. Almost everyone involved, especially in the current team. Like we have seen some incredible, especially features. The reviews, like the major reviews that Alex did for Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, which is one of the most anticipated and the biggest games.
I think Alex has done more mainstream reviews than I have.
He did also the he did also the very difficult to do review of Cyberpunk. He did the Cyberpunk review as well.
Cyberpunk he done,
and Call of Duty, yeah. And he did an incredible job reviewing them. Yeah, he did several games before that, but
he done a number of indies that I have. But Alex has been a godsend, and we hope that we can keep it for next year. He's been fantastic. We miss Casey as well. We hope
definitely
he can come back into the fold.
And Aaron,
Aaron is coming back into the fold sooner or later. And it's been a blessing that we've had Martha, Emma,
definitely,
James,
Austin, Felix.
Hopefully he'll come back at some stage or another. Austin, Felix, like the whole team have been absolutely fantastic. And if you guys are with us in the stream,
thank you.
Really thank you guys for coming on board, and we hope that we can add to the team, and we hope to extend into the 20s and 30s of writers next year. It's been a very hard, considering this year it was in September, it was just myself, and it was kind of where do
Yeah.
we go from here? And I decided, look, I kind of have a rough idea of how to build this out. If you've ever seen a website called Culture of Gaming, I've got quite a portfolio over there. I had a couple of writers who I've managed who've went on to big projects. There's a guy, Will Nelson, who went over and he's been writing for the likes of Gaming Bible and Rockkeeper Shotgun. Like, I've managed some big guys, but I just never went to the heights myself. And I just want to build a team rather than be the big shot myself. It's I'd rather have the infrastructure than be the sole purpose of the industry. And I think
Yeah.
the team that we have right now is very strong, and I hope you guys stay on board for the long haul because we are going to be the big deal. I'm going to make that the case. Ali's going to make that the case,
We'll
and
do
I
our
hope you
absolute
guys,
best. Yeah, definitely.
yeah, you guys are going to make the case as well. I know you are. But that's the end of our awards.
Yeah, 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 definitely. And yeah, just to add to what Callum has said about the team, yeah, it's definitely that we are all in this journey together. We will be sharing, and I will say this proudly, publicly, we will be sharing everything together throughout this whole journey, and hopefully it will be a long one and a very fruitful one. And we will share everything. We are all in this together, in this adventure. It will be an adventure, and it already has been an adventure for definitely me, Callum. Many of the things we didn't even think about or dream about became realities so soon and so quickly. And I think like that also applies to several of you, our
I
team
think this
members.
was kind
Yeah.
of a brand that if we would have got this in December next year, we would have been
Hmm.
happy. And the fact
Yeah.
that we have achieved this right now is incredible. And the fact that we
Yeah.
could be challenging the lower end of mainstream gaming next year is incredible. Like the
It's
likes
incredible.
of
Yeah.
Game Speed, the likes of Game. Like there's a number of ones that are kind of on the radar for ourselves, and we're going to try and make ourselves
Approach
heard
that.
within
Yeah.
the
Because
community.
if we keep this momentum, hopefully it's one of our goals for the new year. Obviously, hopefully we'll reach that. But we just have to keep going at it. It takes hard work, like everything in life. When you want something, you have to work really hard for it. But
And
hopefully
I
we
want
will
to
reach that.
say
Yeah. Yeah.
firsthand on this stream, so I can refer to it next year, I want to have 3 times the writers that I have now, which is 24 writers. If I have 24 writers next year, I will be buzzing. 24 writers plus myself. Fuck, 25 articles a day. Amazing.
Yeah, it will be bigger than IGN. Yeah, I will do my best as in my role, in my current role. I will do my best to accommodate that. I will do my absolute
I'm going
best
to
to
teach you to
accommodate. Yeah,
write, Ali. I'm going to tell you that.
I'm not doing that though. Yeah, but I will definitely do my absolute best. Every ounce of energy and time that I can give, I will help Callum and the whole team with their vision to envision this thing that we are all dreaming about. Yeah. So a virtual hug from Exciting and a hug from us as well for the for everything that you have contributed and for all your support. Exciting. Callum is a huge fan of you as well. And yeah, we wish you all the best. We wish everyone all the best for the new year. We hope that all your dreams and aspirations and goals become
And just
realities. Yeah.
just to
Yeah, Callum.
butt in with one more thing just before we close off the stream. Anyone that is still with us and has an absolute passion for gaming, I've been in the writing game for a number of years. I
Mm.
understand what it takes to make a professional writer within the gaming industry, and I just want to put it out to anyone that is passionate about games, passionate about their opinion, passionate about anything at all. If you want to become a professional writer, whether it is a springboard to the mainstream gamers if you don't believe in us, or whether you want to stay with us and become a mainstream writer with us, I want you to reach out, give us a sample of what you can do, and if you are capable of becoming a professional games journalist for ourselves, we will provide not only the opportunity to provide features and news reports for everything going on within games, but we also provide game reviews and game review codes so that you can review the most recent games coming up in the world. So it's just an opportunity for you to become a professional games journalist. And for myself, as someone that was working in a dead-end job and decided this is something that I want to do, this is an opportunity for yourself.
This is how it starts, guys. Yeah, this is your very first step.
As much as it does seem like a menial thing to do, and in the first instances, it can be, because we're trying to establish if you can be a professional games journalist. Once you produce 78 articles that are of a professional and fantastic quality, you will not be in that position. You will be rising at a very exponential rate. It is going to be something that you will recognize very quickly. I mean, just to say my personal position, I was in a position where I was an intern writer, not getting paid anything at all, and suddenly I was the editor-in-chief of a not a massive games website, but a very profitable games website. I was editor-in-chief of that, and it took 6 months. It is something that is very doable for someone that wants to do it. So if you are keen to become a professional games journalist,
our doors are open. Yeah.
Exactly. Hit us up.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You can just contact us, whether you are wherever you are, and it doesn't matter for us. Wherever you are situated.
We will work with the time zone. We will work with the level of
our team is literally worldwide.
Yeah. About games, and as long as you really want to do it, we will work with it.
Exactly. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you guys. Thank you so much, Callum, for making this stream even greater and better and more beautiful to watch. And best of wishes again, guys, to all of you for the new year. And yeah, we will catch up with you as we always do in the next one, whether it's a live stream, whether it's a video, whether it's whatever. And join us.
Keep an eye out for the website. Keep an eye out for
exactly.
Everything. Keep an eye out for anything that I do, obviously.
Yeah, join us on the website as well. Comment on your favorite articles, on your favorite subjects. Chat with us on the website. We read all the comments. So definitely make your presence felt there as well. So yeah, thank you, Fawzan, thanking us, Callum. And we thank you from the heart, really, both of us, for being such a great, incredible super fan that I personally, you are the ultimate super fan, the ultimate supporter that anyone, whether he is a YouTuber or whatever he is doing, is wishing for, is dreaming about. So you are that guy for me. I really appreciate having you with us in this journey, Fawzan. So yeah, thank you everyone, and that's a wrap from us. We will say bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys, and Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everyone. Bye-bye.